I had plans, guys, to recut the song that's now my theme music, and to do it with like the video of the cow, the original video of the cow sticking his tongue up his nose and all this. Great plans. I went and bought wine instead because I looked around my home and I was like, I can't call a stream booze and bitches and not have booze.
Dude, I literally avoided drinking on Among Us tonight so I could save my vodka for this.
You know what's up. You know how much booze one of these requires.
Yeah.
All of the bazoos.
All of the bazoos. I'm so totally done. I love it. Mindless Mayhem.
Mindless Mayhem. It really works. Beautiful.
It rolls right off the fucking tongue, doesn't it? It's very easy to swallow. That's a beautiful.
Just like Josh and my boyfriend come.
Hashtag not sponsored.
Hashtag Josh sponsor me, please.
Right?
I would love it, dude. I would kill for an alcohol sponsor. I almost had one too. A friend of mine was working as like the PR guy for a wine company. I don't know whatever happened to that. Dude, I should follow up. I should be like, yo, do you still affiliate with these guys? Because like, I still want that wine sponsorship. So like, let's talk. But anyway.
Right, dude, I could straight up sell so much Burnett's pineapple vodka.
Seriously, I forgot we have these. I have these like vodka botanical things. I might ask see if Jeff wants to throw some in the fridge.
Oh shit!
If I had remembered that we had those, I would just throw those in the damn fridge and not worried about running to the store right before that goddamn stream.
Right. Dude, my local liquor store has vodka ice pops.
Is it like the slushy things, or are they like proper ice pops?
They're like in this plastic sleeves or whatever.
Oh yeah, the weird like slushy.
It's like a straight up popsicle.
I have tried the slush. Like I was at Walmart once upon a time in college, and I was like, there are slushy things in here. Also, I need to like not forget how to open wine. I'm so not used to using a corkscrew. I keep holding down the arms while
that'll fuck it up.
That is the opposite of the way you're supposed to do this.
Yes, yeah, the arms stay up until you.
I'm so used to using a wine key, which is just all about you putting the pressure on it and not using the dedicated tool.
Work smarter, not harder, Jesse.
You know what? When you work at a bar and you work enough catering, serving like a freaking party that's just fucking opening wine bottle after wine bottle after wine bottle, that wine key becomes your goddamn life. This thing would be far too cumbersome.
Oh yeah, I would take forever. Well, I've done that actually. I've done that. Yeah. So yeah, was a bartender for a hot minute.
Yeah. Oh yeah. What was your least favorite drink to make as a bartender?
Fuck. I don't think I had a drink I didn't enjoy making. I had a lot of liberty, honestly, where I worked. So the last place I worked specifically, I worked at a bowling alley, and they let me fuck around with like making drinks and stuff. Yeah, and so, yeah, I had a lot of fun there. But there's nothing I don't. I mean, like it's all the same to me. It's whatever, right? Like it's just whatever we're throwing in. It's. I mean, there were some I didn't enjoy smelling.
There's one of my favorite things. So one of the things I loved to do was when I was working catering that did not give me enough to make margaritas properly. Or a lot of times they would just give you the premix shit, and you're like, I don't really want to use people wouldn't even want that. They'd be like, can you make me a fresh one, like not the premix one? And I'd be like, yeah, sure, except that I'm missing I don't know, every fucking ingredient.
Every fucking ingredient you need.
I figured out how to make the world's best kitchen sink margaritas by just if I had an orange, I'd just squeeze orange juice into a triple sec and then throw in some extra tequila, and people fucking loved it. Yeah. I love doing those things, but the most annoying one for me, I would always say, is an old fashioned, because 9 times out of 10, when someone tried to order an old fashioned, they ordered it because they heard about it somewhere and think it sounds cool. And they don't even fucking realize you're drinking whiskey with bitters, but you also want me to smush a bunch of sugar and oranges and bullshit together.
Yeah, that shit is not that's a very specific palate that to be able to drink. I don't even fucking like whiskey, right? I love the notion of a whiskey girl, but I am not a whiskey girl.
I am a whiskey girl, and I like old fashions, and I do agree with the assessment that an old-fashioned tastes like whiskey and sadness. It's 100% accurate. 1,000% accurate. So because I did let I didn't even let you know before, because we do have some special guests coming later, all that good stuff. I didn't even let you know what our, control topic is. I always have those like, hey, what we'll talk about, what we'll talk about, because you'll just follow along. But because they do have one, I just want to make sure you and I can't talk about anything too topical or serious, ahead of time. We don't want to actually, screw the pooch for our young, nervous newcomers.
You know me, I can roll with anything. So it's whatever. Like, I'll shoot a shot right now and let's just fucking shoot the shit. So I love it though. I love nublets, right? Like you just bring them in and you want to hug them and be like, everything is going to be okay.
Exactly.
I believe in you. Oh, I believe in you so much. No, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna have a blast. What is it? I feel like, you remember that scene? I just watched this the other day. Avengers, the first Avengers, right? Where where she rides Captain America's shield up or whatever, and he's like, "Are you sure you know what you're gonna do this?" She's like, "Yeah, it's gonna be fun," right? Like that's what I feel like for this right now.
It's fun is the word that I would use for this. Totally.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of insanity, but hey, that comes with the territory, right? You're having fun.
I feel like, Insanity Wolf is my just is my meme. Like, are you familiar with Insanity Wolf?
I'm not even in the slightest. What is that?
So it's one of these more old school style memes. You remember, like, I don't know if you ever saw Courage Wolf. He was the original, like, like, get stage 4 cancer, boss fight. Like, nothing was too intense for Courage Wolf. He would go out and just do whatever, Insanity Wolf took things farther. Like, yeah,
you're gonna have to fill me in on this. I have no concept.
I'm gonna have to bring you some Insanity Wolf. Let's see.
Okay. So you say wolf, and my mind immediately goes to Andrew.
Straight up, because it's gotten weird now. So let's see. I got 99 problems. You are all of them. Fuck over my cops. Let them off with a warning. Donate blood. All of it.
Wow.
And I'll share with you, now that you've heard it, now that you've had that little taste. Now I'll show you what my soul. This is what I look like on the inside.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
This has always been one of my favorites. Drive-through restaurant. Drive-through restaurant.
I know what this is now. All right. I'm tracking.
Deck the halls with bloody corpses.
This reminds me of a friend of mine, Fuel the Hatred, right? He would be so on board with all of this. So completely on board.
Impregnant mom to establish dominance. Well, I think next time you speak to Fuel the Hatred, you should make sure that he's aware of it. And
I feel like he has to be already.
I'm also that person that can go toe-to-toe with dead baby jokes for about 3 to 4 hours.
Oh, God. I had told you about the hashtag butt stuff, right? Yeah. Yeah? Okay. See, I feel like this is reminiscent of like hashtag butt stuff, and then just go literally plaster your butt imprint all over everything.
This is my life. Oh, we did figure it out, so I should start drinking. Yes. I wanted to wait for Jeff, but he's pooping.
I'm with you. Fuck.
Lando's here, so that's fine.
I see.
Lando, Tim, do you want to say hello to Mary? You don't even know who she is.
That's okay. Not yet, you don't. Till I make my way up to fucking California, burst into the house, and be like, "Where the cat's at?"
Will come drooling your eyelids while you sleep.
Yeah, I'm good with it. I smell like dog, so
that won't deter them. They were out. All 4 of them were tootling around the hallway yesterday, and this little dog Tofu, who looks basically like if you stuck a German Shepherd onto a corgi's body. German Shepherd coat, corgi body shaped to a T.
What the fuck?
Yeah, and her name is Tofu, bless her soul.
Those don't go together.
and Han is in love with her. So he saw her for the first time in several days out in the hall. And this is a dog that's like roughly only a little bigger than Han is, to be fair. And he just goes trotting right up to her and sniffs like right up to go sniff her. Hello. When he meets a new dog, he goes and sniffs their butt. Like, he's not a cat. Han is a broken animal. He's not a cat.
No fear, no fear. That's the way to be, though. Like, honestly, I think most of the reason cats will like wind up in an altercation with a dog is because they act like prey, and so the dog's prey instinct kicks in. Exactly. But if a cat like just struts right the fuck up, like, I live here, your back is my home now. Dogs are like, oh, okay.
Dogs go over for that shit. The first time these guys ever met dogs was Zeus, the Bernese Mountain Dog that I dog sat in college. Han got used to him really quickly, never had a problem with Zeus. Lando was afraid at first, but then watched him and realized that this guy was a big lamb. Anytime he went over to Zeus to do anything to Zeus, Zeus would get scared of the cats. I say like the cats go over to talk to him. They would go like to sniff him, play him, poke at his paws. He would freak out and run away.
Cats are like the badass bitches of the animal world.
Han would go kick Zeus off of He would go kick Zeus off of his food and then be like, shit, I can't eat this. The pieces, the kibbles are too big. But yeah, they're not afraid of anything. There's like videos of cats scaring bears off of people's porches.
Yeah, like fuck this bear. I've seen those. I saw a video one time of a cat. There was like a dog attacking the cat's kid or whatever, and the cat was like, "Fuck you!" And
that video too. That was so intense. Oh god, because it's very real.
Just fucking kamikaze right into the dog, and the dog was like, "Oh shit!"
But sometimes. Let me see.
Andrew doesn't like cats.
Well, Andrew is foolish.
He's being a thought in the chat right now.
So, let me see if let's see. Best video. Okay. Let's see.
Ruh-roh. Am I about to be in for it? My dogs know I'm talking about dogs. My dog's whole body is literally wagging right now. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Hi. I didn't call you, though.
We're talking about dogs.
I was talking about you. I was talking about you. I love you so much. Squish your face. Squish your face. Oh. I was literally explaining to Andrew, was it earlier? I think it was last night, that my dogs have Stockholm Syndrome. Like I'm convinced of it. Dogs are like the most prone to Stockholm Syndrome animal in the animal kingdom. I'm sure of it.
I don't disagree with you. I think Han has Stockholm Syndrome too, though, but he's our puppy cat, so that makes sense. They track.
They're just like, you can squish my face, I don't care. Like the ones that don't make breaks for it, those are the most Stockholm syndrome dogs.
Han's thing is like he comes to me for comfort after I have done something that he torture.
Yes.
So it's like, oh no, you clipped my nails. I've been tortured and mauled horribly. Oh, come me, please. And I'm like, your psyche is very twisted, cat.
Yeah. It's exactly what my dogs do. Like I actually, when I clip Serenity's nails, she fucking hates it when I clip her nails, right? But if I clip her nails, like she'll literally lay there and cry while I do it, and then right afterwards, be like, hold me.
Exactly. Something to me, even though you tortured me. So this also is probably the greatest thing any cat has ever done. I think we can all agree. Did you see that?
Wow.
It never gets old. I fucking love it. I still, one day, I'm going to recut that. I'm just going to be thunk.
Face meet wall. I've got the best thunk sound effect ever for that.
I'm gonna remix Ship Pancake to Seven Nation Army. It's gonna be great. And please send me the sound effect. We will make it a thing.
Oh my god, it's the best sound effect ever. Mayhem Volcano.
Greg Kirby says Mayhem Volcano for Mad Libs. And hi, Mary and Jesse. Hi, Greg Kirby. How are you?
Cheers. I'm going drink for drink with Jesse tonight. So your super chats buy you not one drink, but two.
Damn straight. Oh, I also didn't tell you because I put the word booze in the stream. It's not a real rule. I'm just making things up as I go along. I'm also just going to drink extra, so keep up.
Right? Oh, the gauntlet has been thrown.
So a Mayhem Volcano is a noun, so we're going to pencil that in to Mad Libs for later. So Greg Kirby is fond of sending us Anal Volcano as a suggestion.
Oh, I like that. Should I have my paper and pencil ready?
You're good. So we won't actually do the Mad Libs until the end, but if people super chat their Mad Lib suggestions earlier, we will drop them in, sprinkle them in as we go along.
All right.
So you don't need to worry about a gosh darn thing. We got you taken care of. 16-bit mascot says, okay, I cannot not super chat a stream with this name and Mary as a guest. So sue me. Gonna fill this message for all it's worth. Blah blah. Damn.
Oh fuck yeah, 16-bit. I love you, man. You're awesome.
Oh, you are great, 16-bit.
I'll take a fucking shot for that. Keep up, Jesse.
God damn. Talk about throwing down the gauntlet. What do I even have here? That's come back with something ridiculous. This is what happened, right? So we decided to retire Thirsty Thursdays at the end of the year and just bring them back as special occasions, watch parties, etc. So we kind of went through a bunch of our booze collection. And we're like, it didn't really get around to replenishing because we're like, well, we're not doing Thirsty Thursday, so we're not railroading this stuff as quickly. Also, it's California. We do other things. But so, add some spice of life into it. I have my Scratch and Sniff Captain Morgan's coconut rum.
What the fuck? Oh, turn that shit up. All right.
Yeah, fucking Scratch and Sniff coconut shaped bottle of coconut rum.
I'm with you.
So
I need to get deep enough into the shots because I only have like 2 glasses of orange juice tonight for chasers. So I need to get deep enough into the shots where I no longer need to worry about what I'm chasing it with. We're like, fuck it, I don't care. We'll chase it with some peach schnapps for all I give a fuck.
It's a perfect plan that has no downsides or shortcomings to it whatsoever. And will definitely not lead to a terrible morning.
Fine. This is fine. Oh, shit.
Trust me. I know how fine it is. Mad Mardigan says, I have a question for Mary. When will we see Jesse on Shenanigans? Asking for a friend. Also totally unrelated. I'm available Saturday.
Okay, so here's the deal. Well, you can actually answer part of that yourself, Jesse. She knows the answer to that.
Saturday night, Jeff and I will be making our repeat appearances. We are our 3rd appearance as a couple and my 4th time or 5th on the show, 4th time on the show.
Yeah.
So we are Shenanigan veterans, and we will be making another appearance this coming weekend. So.
The last time we had Jesse and Jeff on Shenanigans, we went for almost, what was it, like 4 hours?
Yeah, we broke Kai. That was hilarious.
Yeah, that was fucking, nuts.
So I messaged Kai the next day about like, hey, I wanted to do a couple things, just wanted to, maybe you should go on the stream and we should do a wrap up for this questions we didn't get to because y'all got too fucked up. And he was like, wait, what questions we didn't get to? And he didn't remember anything from the stream that night.
No. Fucking
you wanted all that. He was like, wait, I won?
Yeah. It was a blast. It was an absolute blast. In regards to the availability, I have already set up the other slots, Mad Mardigan. I've got my friend Lorena Creole coming on and my other friend Trace. So it's going to be a full list. So I'm sorry, Mad. I'm sorry.
Sure, but we'll get you on one of these. He just wants to talk shit about you're my Cowboys fan, right?
Yes.
He just wants to come on and fucking talk shit about
I know.
Why, bro? The NFC least fucking blows. Talk shit next year when your quarterback ain't broken and we actually fucking have one or decide which one we're going with. So. Talk shit when there's real football to talk shit about. Other than that, fucking go Chiefs because fuck Tom Brady. That's all I gotta say.
I can't even hang on that conversation. This is shot-worthy, right?
This is definitely shot-worthy. Joseph Bienowitz says, I guess it's time to just the system down. So, hail, ladies. Give one for Jeff and Andrew, too. Let's get the party started. Enjoy. Don't worry, Jeff is just taking care of some business at the office. Once he's out of the office, he will be catching the fuck up. So
we're going to be broken at this rate.
Oh, right. I have to take my shot for this one.
This is shot-worthy right here. What's up, Joseph? See, this is why I didn't drink Among Us. I knew. I fucking knew it.
Fucking down. Greg and Kirby says, Jesse and Mary, which season of Batwoman is worse?
Watch that shit.
The one that I watched. Oh, wait, it's none of them. But, yeah. The answer is yes, Greg Kirby.
Yes, agreed. Mm. No, there's no fucking way you're getting me to watch Batwoman. It's not happening.
Ida Steam says, "Want to buy some death sticks?"
Depends on your price. I already got a guy. He sells them way cheap to me, but it's probably all of those other favors I do.
So, fun fact: Ida Steam, and cheers to you, Ida Steam, got introduced to the Mindless Mob by his lovely, lovely lady, who will be joining us in a little bit tonight, and now has become a member of the mob himself, who has even been here in the chat, independent of Emily, and now they are, so it's like this wonderful twofer. It's like we got Ida Steam as a member of our community, and now we get to watch Emily find this wonderful guy that we all heard about before she dragged him in the chat, and now you're going to get married.
Oh my god.
Wedding dress, and I'm going to be a bridesmaid.
You're freaking kidding. Oh, okay. So now the gauntlet has really been thrown. So if I need a bridesmaid for Andrew and mine's wedding, are you down?
I have even put it out there. I have this talk with one of my friends. She put it out there early on in our friendship. She's like, "We're getting really close, and I love you. This is great. Don't ever ask me to be your maid of honor ever." I put it out there, though. I know a lot of people don't like to do it. I don't need the accolades or the title or the this ever. I don't mind being that person. If you need a bridesmaid and the bridesmaid who is like down to plan the bachelorette party and take care of the odds and ends and show up for you when you need it, that is my forte.
Well, here's the thing. See, because like, okay, so it's like an unspoken assurance that Andrew and I are going to get married, right? Like unspoken, I suppose.
It's like,
we talk about it.
It's like how Jeff and I are. We haven't done the pomp and circumstance yet because we're going to do that all right and stuff, but it's a foregone conclusion that we're both very comfortable with.
We are taking drinks for super chats, Ronan. I mean, yes. So Miss Sarcastic Nerd will be my maid of honor, right? Like that's a given.
Obviously.
But like, I would love, like, seriously, like a full legit nonstop would totally have you as a bridesmaid, and she'll probably need fucking help because she has no idea how to maid of honor.
Well, that's the kind of shit. Like, like I said, I don't need the title or the accolade or anything. I don't need to give a speech or shit. But I'm totally down to do that, and I'm totally down to be the person being like, "Hey, your first time maid of honoring, great. This is the shit you got to check off if you need it,
right?
Second in command or someone else." Totally.
No strippers, no male strippers. All right, we can't have any male strippers. Sorry.
What about female strippers?
That's just as bad for me, Jesse. That's just as bad on my front.
The whole point is I don't know what the rules are like. You know, some couples are like, yeah, like if the strippers are your same sex and you're into that, it doesn't bother me because I know you ain't leaving me for one of them. But you know, some people have that mental block for themselves that allow them to be cool with it on their significant other side.
I'm not allowed to be around any naked people because I'm bi. So Andrew would have a reasonable conniption at that point. So
but I mean,
no,
different strokes, you know.
That doesn't mean we can't go out and do something edgy.
So, like, I could still take you to Thunder from Down Under in Vegas.
I don't know what that is.
They don't get fully nude. It's like a proper, you know, like not a seedy strip club. It's like a Vegas show full of Australian men who take their clothes off for you.
I'll have to get permission.
I
gotta get permission. I feel like that's probably a no.
Public fear. God, Andrew needs to chill the F out. We're not ever going to strip clubs together because who cares? Because that's just how we fucking roll. We don't want to buy death sticks, but thank you. Ninja Lawyer Steve says Madlib baculum noun. I know. Why do I know? Why do I look
that word up? I'm looking that word up right now. Baculum definition. All right, what is this? It's it means penis.
That's why I've heard that word before. Because at some point in my life, I'm sure I've heard every ridiculous word for a penis.
Well, that's getting used for shenanigans.
Shit. Great. That's a fucking two for Ninja Lawyer Steve. You're in Mad Libs and now you're gonna be in shenanigans. So yeah. Yeah, I mean a great swear word. Like you could do like a backwards bent baculum is a great alliterative.
I'm using that later when I'm playing Mario Kart. I'm gonna call someone a baculum and then smile quietly to myself.
I'm gonna call him a backwards bent baculum and just
Oh!
I love it. Whatchamacalls it. Also, guys, if you haven't done so already, press the like button. It's my job to remind
I need to
you.
double check that I've pressed it. Yes, I have pressed the like button.
Ooh,
We got
also,
64 likes and 69 people watching.
nice.
That's the giggity right there.
Yeah. What is my internet retarded anyway? I mean, it's being weird. Okay. I'm trying to load something on the back end and it's just being silly. Where was I? Where was I with my I finally watched this. One of these streamers on Live It, she mentioned having YouTube tutorials about Live It. Excuse me, for streamers and for users and whatnot. She has this great tutorial. It's just like, it's a great intro first time here. I'm gonna send this everywhere to everyone. So this chick won one of the events and became the face of Live It last year, I guess. And so she's like one of their, top streamers on the platform. The fun thing about Live It though, it's you have almost just as much. If you go to a Live It stream and you interact and engage, you will be interacted with back because of the size of the platform right now and the way it's set up, which is really cool. So it's like, oh, she's one of the top, she's the fucking face of Live It right now. But if I go into one of her streams and start chatting with her, she chats back. There's nobody sort of big or too small for it, which is cool.
Well, that shit rolls right across the screen too, right?
Exactly.
So it's not dissimilar from Twitch in many ways. Once notifications are or once you have those gadgets or whatever turned on, it's not dissimilar. Yeah. On YouTube, and look, I'm not dissing YouTube, at least in terms of the ability to contribute, but YouTube takes 30% of everything. It's not fun when YouTube takes their cut, because you think you had a great night in super chats and then YouTube takes their cut, right? But I don't know what Live It does in that regard, but none of that shit just shows up, right? None of that shit just pops on your screen. That's if the YouTuber misses your shit, that's it. They missed it, right? And it's up to you to try to flag them the fuck down in a massive chat, which is not always easy for the YouTuber themselves. But when that stuff fucking pops up on screen, it takes a big weight off of the actual streamer themselves, right? Because you have a visual cue, a reminder that screams at you, hey, this just happened, right? So that's incredibly helpful.
Exactly. What else to say about? The exciting thing I learned too is that the heart that pops up when you like it, it says, "Oh, you liked the stream."
Yeah, I press the fuck out of that shit.
Turns out those likes just happen. It only gives you the notification the first time they like it in the scrolling chat. If you keep poking it, eventually just the hearts will bubble up like they do on some, some of the
I did that shit.
They do the weird hearty shit. But anyway, the point is y'all can crazy super like my streams now. So
nice.
Anyway. So Live It is the name of the app. It's down there. This chick, I posted the her video. It's a great little intro to streaming. And now I also know how to tell my users where to go find free coins and shit like that. So,
and heads up, if you have a hard time getting it to work on the PC like I did, just download the app on your phone. And then seriously, once you do that on your phone, you can, for whatever reason, it'll just function on your PC. So it's
I've heard that too. That is the thing, that once you have it, that it's one of those things you have to, if you download it and sign up through your phone, then you can rock and roll otherwise. Yeah,
it's much. I can totally do everything now on my PC, so I can literally just oh, okay. I don't get the notification on my PC, but my phone will ding at me. So yeah,
nice. I'm gonna try something. So I've been hearing about some different ways. I've been trying some different things. Why did that not work? Because I knew probably. It is because I knew it is the reason why it didn't work. Thank you.
I see you, Matt. Matt's being funny in chat.
Oh, we got some stupid chats. Let's read this one from Ninja Lair Steve first, because he sent us another Mad Lib suggestion. Verb felching. Excellent verb.
Cheers. I understood that reference. I know what felching is. You nasty ass. That's nasty.
Matt G says, Mary, you're streaming your wedding and answering super chats during cocktail hour. Lol. You ain't screwing us out of a shenanigans that weekend either. Lol.
Fuck that shit, man. Fuck that shit. I'm trying to get married and I'm trying to get laid. Right? Maybe like we'll do like a 15, 20. Why the fuck am I even considering this? Why the fuck am I considering streaming my wedding here, Jesse?
Because Matt G asked you to, and I mean, hell, what would you do if you didn't exist to please Matt G at every moment?
I could totally see that actually going over super
right.
Big, yeah. All right.
Greg Kirby says, "Are the coins chocolate coins? What coins are we talking about?" Oh, the coins I was talking about Live It. Yes, no, they are not. They're actually called baby coin right now because I don't know. The company's Japanese. Everything's baby. Also, that little face, that little icon, Live It guy, apparently he's a tofu. He's a tofu.
Why the fuck are we going full cuckold over on Live It?
Remember, Japanese company, right?
Tofu. Oh, okay. All right. That's a little different. All right.
It's not because of doesn't have the Western associations and the soy shit and bullshit. It's just a fucking staple of, Japanese cooking and shit. So
That's fair.
It's a little fucking tofu cube, and I think it's adorable.
I actually don't mind tofu. Tofu takes on whatever flavor it's introduced to. I don't actually mind tofu. I quite enjoy it depending on what it's paired with.
I actually really do. It's something I came into later in life when I discovered like crispy tofu that had been deep fried and shit like that. And I was like, oh, I actually gotta fucks with this texture because I really love weird textures like that. Like
the crunchy on the outside, squishy on the inside.
And like that's one of the things. The texture, just in general, of tofu is a complete barrier for Jeff. He can't even start with it because of the texture. For me, that's one of the selling points. And so I love like when you get the appetizers. That's like the nice flaky. Sometimes they'll like put even a batter over it and get a beautiful crust on it, and then it's just that weird spongy gooiness on the inside.
God, that seems like a cheese stick to me.
Yeah,
like a mozzarella cheese sticks or whatever. That's what that feels like to me. Like exactly. give it a good solid, like nice country, like crispy deep fry on the outside. Yeah, that's exactly that. Yeah, that's legit. That's legit. Right there.
Solid dipping sauces, all that good shit. It's But Greg Kirby, they are not chocolate coins, but they are coins that will turn into real money for me if I get enough of them. Because that's the whole thing I love about it. It's totally merit. I was learning more about this too. The achievement score you get is all based on the time you've been streaming, who's watching, how much they're commenting, how much they're liking, how much they're contributing, sharing. All those things come into play for your achievement score. So it's like, again, it's just all merit based, and your higher achievement score puts you higher on the list of the featured page for who's streaming. So,
I might consider dual streaming to Live It at some point. Seeing if I could just like go both places.
Now, what I would say too is if they don't do it, I don't know if they're compatible with dual streaming right now. But if they're not, it's also a great opportunity to have your scheduled shit, your schedule you do on YouTube. Like this is a great additional supplementary, like in real life, turn it on, bullshit about whatever, go aside that you don't usually see. Or I mean, like for you, one of the things I'm loving about it the most is like, I'm just going to go sing. Like, I'm sure you've had this experience of, man, karaoke is fun.
But I get a fucking ding every time I do a damn stream.
Right? Doing any stream, all that shit. Going out to a karaoke bar is fun. But realistically, people who love to sing secretly just want to sit down and sing and karaoke themselves for hours at a time with a dedicated audience. And that's what I do on Mondays on Live It. I play music and other shit like that.
We had fun the other day. That was fun.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, I don't know, maybe set up a Live It and just when you fucking feel like singing, just get on and sing a bunch of songs.
See, I could do some Baby Got Back. Oh, vodka. No, vodka's not kicking in yet, RJ. No, not yet.
And yeah, so let me top up mine a little bit and then give Jeff a little.
I see Jeff hanging. Hi, Jeff. His earbuds are
Mary says hi.
What?
Mary says hi.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Jeff's working hard. He's gonna have a surprise toy video because we were out in the field the other day and got some really great footage. I mean, Jeff is the toy man, so cannot be done in a vacuum.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, so
Aw.
we had to go boots on the ground. Slack.
God, I'm so jelly of you and Jeff. Like the whole fucking being able to hand each other a drink, like the simplicity of just being able to hand each other a damn drink, right? Like that breaks my heart. I can't do that.
Dude, having been on the, on your side of it for several months, fuck. No, thank you.
God, Andrew and I have been at this almost a year. It'll be a year next month.
Dang, so wow, that long already?
Yeah, we've been dating since March 29th.
I mean, that makes sense because realistically, you guys really weren't that much far behind us, in terms of when you guys got together versus when we did. And it'll be a year and a half for us on March 3rd.
We just weren't very vocal at first. We took a few months and kind of, I don't want to say kept it to ourselves, but it's not like we were, you know what I mean? Like you kind of want to decide if you're actually dating in a serious way before you just, because it's this weird thing, this weird sort of balance between, okay, so we're sort of in the public eye, and I'm not trying to like sound all hoity-toity or high and mighty or whatever, but there's this factor of, okay, so we have an audience, right? And so these people are aware of both of us, and you want to try to balance your life, but you don't want to get too super personal, but then you're like, this is now a part of your life. And especially when you both function within that same sort of sphere, right? Like it's really hard to kind of keep to yourself. And so like, it's a really weird balance. I mean, like, well, because you've been fucking doing it, but like, for those of you out there in YouTube land who are hanging in the chat, this shit's hard to navigate at times.
Dude, before I kidnapped Jeff, which actually it's a good thing that happened this way because COVID ruined next Star Wars Celebration. Before I kidnapped Jeff in August, and thus he was living with me, and thus it was kind of for a month. That was sort of hard to hide it anymore. Our original plan was to keep our relationship quiet because we did. That's exactly what we did is we sort of kept everything hush hush from the beginning of July for about a month there until I kidnapped him the next month when we met up. And the original plan was to specifically show up at Celebration and come out to everybody at a big event by making out fun of Jeremy and getting his reaction on camera. Out of the blue.
Wow, that would have been hilarious.
Showing up not together and whatnot, whatever, and like, oh hey Jeff, oh hey Jesse, how are you? Like coming together and just making out in front of him. Like that was the plan. It would have been epic.
God, I wish anything as grand as had occurred to me.
Well, as it stood, what we ended up doing was that night I kidnapped Jeff. So I legit kidnapped. I was supposed to bring him back to the airport. I brought him to. I'm sure I've told you the story. I brought him to LA instead, and we had to go straight to my fencing lesson. So we had all we had eaten that day was like licorice and carrots because those were the snacks I had brought, for the car. And
who the fuck eats licorice anymore?
Like the nice, more old school thick pieces. I love that shit. Red licorice, like strawberry licorice, not like the black. I do love black licorice, but I'm not so much of a monster as to assume that other people do as well.
Yeah, that's nice.
That's also, by the way, why I feel fully entitled to shit on candy corn and how much I hate it because I will
fucking fuck, Jesse, I love candy corn.
Not candy corn. I will eat good and plenties all day long. Black licorice is my jam.
Fuck. You sit there all high and mighty on your black licorice throne and talk down to me about candy corn. Are you kidding me? This is the most universally hated candy of all fucking time.
Black licorice is a goddamn root. It comes out of the fucking ground. I'm sorry that Americans are too fucking retarded to appreciate a healthy.
Why the fuck is that an argument for eating black licorice?
It's goddamn delicious, all right? No, you don't understand. It has health benefits and shit. I don't care about that. I like
it's candy. If I wanted health benefits, I eat a fucking carrot. I don't eat black liquor. I don't eat candy for fucking health benefits. I eat it so I can put some junk in my trunk, woman.
I just like the taste of black licorice. I don't know what to say. It's delicious. It's like weird and bizarre, but I fucking love it, and I always have.
That's gorgeous.
16-bit mascot says, "Fine, here it should cover them fees."
Ooh, all right. Cheers, word, yeah.
Thank you for the fees, 16-bit mascot. No, what Mary's saying is true. Is that a lot of other platforms do give us greater opportunities to earn, and that's one thing I love about Live It. It's just a simple, basic thing. You do things, you get these points, or now baby coin, what they call them. This baby coin has a monetary value, and I believe it's the kind of thing where, like, if you move up in the world and you reach a certain level, you get certified by Live It. You know, or get certified streaming hours. That certified streaming hours, or like verified streaming hours, are then worth more money to you as a streamer. You know, that conversion rate changes, just like with YouTube. You pass a certain amount of subscribers, you make more money on your videos. One day you and I will get there, Mary. One day.
Yeah.
That's what
I'm gonna have to look into that shit.
I will say. Like, I've always loved you since the moment we met, since the moment we did all this stuff. It's been great. But I've felt an increased closeness to you ever since I've tracked. I keep coming back to your channel being like, all right, are we at 10K yet? Are we at 10K yet?
Dude, I can't get to fucking 10K. YouTube has decided on the plague, and they keep fucking subtracting subscribers, right? I have lost at least 2,000 subscribers in the last few months. It has been absolutely ridiculous. So it would help if I could get a fucking video up, but
I hear you on both counts, because one, I've been riding the struggle bus and putting up content, and two, I've been riding the getting fucked in the ass by YouTube train for a very long time. So
right?
It's fun. But that's also why I branched out to Live It, because, like, you know what? I may be nobody on this platform, but if this platform actually takes off and gets a foothold in the US, I could be the next fucking face of Live It. Who knows? And Live It actually is nice to me. So
Right? I would like a platform that's fucking kind to me. It would be nice to have a platform that doesn't treat me as though I don't fucking literally help. Like
right?
you take so much of my money.
I fucking make you money. Why do you treat me like I'm the enemy? This is
right.
bullshit.
Right? Why do you fucking do this shit to a YouTuber who has busted her ass for the past 2 years? And by the way, I just had my 2-year anniversary here on YouTube, right? Hey, that's right. I have 2 years. I am in this, right? I am in this fucking thing, right? At this point, I don't know how you could call me anything other than a YouTuber after 2 fucking years of doing this shit and over a year of being monetized, by the way. And so I busted my ass to get to that monetization point, which you set these arbitrary limits, right? And I busted my ass to get to it. I bust my ass every week to handle and hold down my shit. Why the fuck are you treating me like I'm the enemy when I like bring in content for you, like really like fucking reliably every single fucking week? Why are you treating me like I'm the enemy?
Exactly. That's why I've stopped. That was a big shift for me. I don't consider myself a YouTuber anymore. I am a personality who exists across multiple platforms. I'm a musician and a content creator, and that's who I am. That's what I do. And I'm not a YouTube personality. Fucking YouTube doesn't know me. And you don't do shit for me. Super Mastermind says Brighton Asylum NJ. Look it up on YouTube. Thank you for the tip. I will screenshot that. It sounds familiar.
Jinx on the by the way there.
I heard that one. I was like, we both had the same reaction at the same time. Surprise. I should drink for that one. And for Matt Decker.
Cheers.
Matt Decker, was this a Mad Lib suggestion, or are you just sending wedding presents to
Are you
him?
just asking for wedding presents or wanting to know, or is this the wedding present in and of itself? Like clarification is required.
Until further clarification is received, I'm going to assume that he's just sending wedding presents to Emily. Greg Kirby, this is the most brilliant thing ever, by the way. Marry equals married and laid. So, okay, and then you actually had to go. So the word married is a portmanteau of you and the word laid.
Yes.
If you put those
two
together, then
yes, it is. Yeah, I mean, like if you ignore that A-E thing, yeah.
Married. That works.
Yeah.
Married, yeah, definitely works.
Yeah.
I think it's brilliant.
I would like to get laid. I'm completely an incel right now.
None of these is a great children's book. Why is Mary getting married? Because Mary would like to get laid. See, married plus laid equals married.
Andrew would agree with that. Well, no, he wouldn't, because we're not waiting for marriage.
You really are like definition incel right now, though. Like
I am. I am. I'm
Well,
like
I'm
I keep calling all the guys fucking incels, and I'm like, no, I'm a fucking
Right.
incel.
This is what it means. It means you want to bang, you fucking can't. Most of you guys could bang just fine if you actually went out and fucking tried. Sitting in the fucking basement, whining about how girls don't come to your mother's basement to hit on you is not the same as not being able to get laid.
I know where he's at. I even know how to get to him. Can't fucking do it.
Exactly. Cannot. Involuntary celibacy. I would like to not be celibate very, very badly. Things are stopping me from doing so. Things other than I'm a loser who can't figure out how to talk to girls.
Yeah, two very different things. Absolutely. Take a cheers to that. I'm a fucking incel.
Cheers to Mary's involuntary celibacy.
Yeah, it fucking sucks.
Damn straight. Oh, Cash in the Shadows is here. He was on the stream and /I on his last Thursday night. That is only available over on his channel, by the way. If you missed our bonus Thirsty Thursday last night, it did happen, but you can only find that over on Cast in the Shadows if you missed that. It was super fun. Did I lose my place in line? Okay.
It looks like the next one is Ninja Lawyer Steve.
All right. Yes. Adjective, roided up.
Ooh.
The next one I have available to me here, by the way. Because Ninja Lawyer Steve sent another one a little later, but we are past two.
Oh, okay. See, I don't have access to that shit. I'm just looking at the chat.
Oh my god. All right, it's what's just a fucking kicker too is I'm sitting here, I'm like, all right, I'm totally getting ready to segment. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna line up our ladies and bring them in, in the next. Oh, perfect, she's back. Good. Okay, so ladies, this is your 10-ish, 15-minute, who knows what punctuality is, minute warning. Get your shit together because it's initiation time soon. Before we did that, I wanted to catch up on super chats, and while we're catching up on super chats, Mary, I wanted to put it to you. So what do we have? Ninja Lawyer Steve gave us loaded up, so that's in the chat, and I'm drinking for it. I want to put it to you. It says every time we stream together, I feel like there's about 1,000,001 times where you're like, oh, I gotta ask you about this sometimes. I gotta ask you about that sometimes. So before we bring any other people on board, what are there anything that comes to mind of those things, of topics you and I have not delved into, or ground that we have not covered together? Any burning questions that you have not had an answer to, or terrible things you want to force me to say live on air?
Something. Don't get me down that rabbit hole, Jesse. It won't end well.
There is a small surprise waiting for you that you don't know about yet. So,
Can't be an Australian stripper, Jesse. I've told you.
I know. I had to fucking change plans at the last minute, make a few cancellations, but
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a diva.
Even if the Australian stripper was Raging Rhino.
Look, I would like to actually continue to make plans to get married at some point. And look, here's the true facts. True facts is I am desperately and over the moon into Andrew, right? So you could be for example, Henry Cavill, and I'd be like, I mean, yeah, but nah. And
isn't that the wonderful thing though? People don't believe that. No one's to believe that. I'm joking about something earlier today. I was talking about how people that other people find conventionally attractive that I don't. And I was saying, well, Ryan Gosling, I find him attractive.
Oh, he is.
But I know a lot of women. I was like, don't women out there all murder me at once for thinking I don't think that. But a lot of women, he's like the end all be all, I'm pregnant. Oh my God, whatever. He has never been that for me. He's been very, very good looking, but I was saying to Jeff, I was like, I can think of 5 guys off the top of my head I want to bang more. Jeff, and Jeff. And I'm like, Jeff. That's the truth of my life. The truth of my life is celebrities are hot. They're wonderful. They're great.
Yeah.
When you find the one, it doesn't matter how famous somebody is or conventionally attractive or whatever. Jeff is a good looking guy in his own right, with or without anyone else's judgment. To me, there is no better looking man in the world than Jeff. To me, there is no more desirable, more sexy, more,
It's not that you're divorced from reality or unable to be objective, right? It's that something else is more important. Something else internally has become the thing that supersedes all else, right? And so it's no longer, and no, I'm not fucking Hannah. Henry Cavill's what comes to mind because Anna makes such a big fucking fuss over it, right?
The go-to for sexy man is Henry Cavill because of Anna.
Yes, and she's not, she's not wrong, right? Objectively speaking, I mean, but like whenever you find that one, right, you find yourself in that place where you are in love with a person, body, heart, mind, and soul. It's more than just that external carapace that takes precedent in your mind. It's all of these other factors that come in to paint the picture of the person who is ideal and presents itself at the forefront of everything you think about. And so it's that one person first and foremost all of the time. And even when someone like, say, Henry Cavill is presented in front of you, you sit there and you go, yeah, but my beau over here is this. And you can't help that because it's where you're at internally. And if that's not what happens to you when you're presented with someone, again, like, say, Henry Cavill, then I tell you right now, you're not in fucking love.
Damn straight. Damn fucking straight. Could not agree more. Exactly, and I think you hit it so beautifully, and all those things. Like, it starts with a physical attraction. I'm sure you saw Andrew, and you're like, that's
oh yeah, he's so fucking hot, right?
I thought Jeff. I mean, that one night where Anna and I were with them. They came over to our hotel room, and we did this long Patreon thing and all that stuff. I kept looking over at Jeff that whole night, going, "Man, I wonder what those lips would be like to kiss. I wonder what those lips would be like to kiss." And I won't tell you what Jeff was thinking about me because it's
vulgar as fuck
for him to tell, not me. And it was that, and that was before we ever even thought the other one was into us or that we were even into them. And it was just like this undeniable spark, this undeniable magic, this undeniable,
magic.
thing.
Magic's a good word. It is fucking magic, isn't it?
It is magic, and it makes everything better. And we look at each other every day, and we're like, we're retardedly happy with each other, and we're retardedly happy about our life together. And it to the point where it almost doesn't seem like it could be real. But then the reality is like, no, other people just don't want to accept this because they don't have it or they're too afraid to look for it themselves.
That's so sad. That really is. It makes you sad for the person who in some way like degrades what it is that you have. Like, dude, you got to get your own shit straight then. Like, I feel bad for the person who looks at a couple that is happy and tries to find a way to diminish that in some way or another, right? Like, look, and I'm not saying that there are no reasonable reasons to look at a relationship and have criticism or whatever, because there are pasts involved, right? And so you have context that you can add to any one particular situation, right? But like, there's something that happens to a person when they fall in love, right? And you have to take that into account. That maybe the person you met before isn't the person sitting before you now. Maybe the person you considered before has had something internally shift. And that's honestly, I think if you haven't had an internal shift when you fell in love, then you didn't fucking fall in love, right?
Yeah.
You kind of have to wipe what was there before away, and you have to consider that this person found something worth living for.
Yeah, no, it's really true, and part of that, one of the things that Jeff and I discovered living together is we were a little naive at first with this idea after the way our August had gone. We always just call it August. I kidnapped him. We lived together for a month on a whim. Probably a little naive in this idea that you're the one and I'm the one and it's great and whatever forever and yay. But then realizing that then still having those points of like, you still have to, that was a big part of the first year of our relationship together, was letting go of the stuff from before that has influenced everything about the way we've related to people, significant others, etc., but that no longer mattered. Because exactly like you said, it's like a switch is flipped, like you're a different, like something changes or unlocks and you're no longer that person. Yeah. And you don't have to worry or expect the things from the other person that you do from regular humans, because it's not that. It's transcended on some, it's that thing that everyone's searching for.
Like, full disclosure here, and this is like mildly personal. Well, not mildly, it's pretty personal what I'm about to say, but it is what it is, right? So after 10 years of marriage to my ex-husband, where we raised children together, and I loved his children as my own, and I thought for a long time that I was secure, that I was safe, that I had found my home. And then that gets taken, the rug gets ripped out from underneath of you, and you feel as though anything that you ever thought you could trust, you can never trust, right? You can never trust anything anymore because this thing that you thought was permanent apparently fucking isn't. And so you spend a good deal of time after that second guessing everything, asking yourself and apprehensive, right? Because God fucking forbid you trust another human being and find yourself right back here in this place where you hate existing, right? Where you don't believe yourself to be, where like you ask yourself questions constantly about what the fuck did I do wrong? What is so horrible about me? What is so wrong? How did I devote so much time to this thing, right? And so you feel as though you can never trust again. And then an Andrew walks into your life and you say to yourself, I can trust this. Not because of anything that's anybody else around you has ever done to prove that they're trustworthy or whatever, because of anything that's happened to you before, but because this person looks you in the eye and you know with every fragment of your soul that this is it, this is forever, and what they say to you is true. And you can rest in this. You can be sure of this thing, right? That was me with Andrew. So
yeah. I have a lot of that too. I mean, I didn't go through nearly what you went with that, but I've had a lot of. I still cry, sometimes anytime it comes up and bubbles up, I'll still break down over some of the ways I've become, the person I've become, and the ways I look at the world and have internalized the world as a result of how people have treated me.
right.
And it's just like that. It's like Jeff erases all of that, of years of betrayal, years of people who did wrong by me, who didn't look after me, who didn't have my best interest in mind, who took advantage of me and all that shit, and all of that. It's like, it's weird. It's like you start out one way as a person in life, and for me, this is exactly how it went. I started out one way as a person in life, and with a certain amount of optimism and certain ideals and certain things I wanted. And those things changed over time because of the way the world kind of beat you down, and you lose faith in people, and you lose trust, and you lose this honest, open, earnest way of going about things and believing that a relationship is that and looks that way and means those things. Mm-hmm. And so it was like every relationship I went through, I felt like I was learning more about being on the streets in the world and all this shit. And
right.
What I was doing.
That hardened skin that you garner over time.
And thinking that all of those things would just make me better at dealing with people. And then realizing it took Jeff coming in to realize that's all well and good. And those all were great lessons for helping me deal with people.
Right.
But when it comes to relationships, finding the right person means none of that shit is even necessary.
It's very much a metamorphosis. And it happens so quickly.
You read it out loud.
No, I hear you read it.
Caffeinated Wolf has halted Mary's train of thought and sent her into a fit of giggling because he says, Mary reignited a fire in me, a passion in my soul. I found her, and it was through this piece of me that had been missing all of my life that I'd unconsciously searched for was found. And here's when you know you've really found the one. When you will just say shit like that
unabashedly,
no judgment. Like, to everyone else in the world is probably reading that and going, God, that's cheesy as fuck. I'm reading that going, I know exactly what you fucking mean. Yep. But also realizing how many times Jeff and I do the same shit. We say shit like that out loud to each other. And like, God, that sounds so ridiculously cheesy. But I meant every word.
Yeah,
every word.
It's true, because when you're there, when you are in that eye of the storm, right, and everyone around you is going, it's fucking horse shit, that's bullshit, that's cheesy, that's anything, going, oh, right, and you literally hear the laugh track from a sitcom, right? You yourself are just completely bolstered because it echoes everything within you, right? It's I don't know how we fucked out here.
Well, there we go. 16-bit mascot for the win.
He does he's an amazing caffeinated boner.
Jeff and I have an incredible relationship. We relate on every level. We can play video games together. We can have deep philosophical conversations, heady intellectual ones, personal, emotional ones, retarded broy ones. But the sex, Without the sex, we're fucking really good friends, you know? The sex
Okay.
is everything.
It's those fun little noises they make.
So we have a job to do. Well, we'll learn all that noise very soon. We have a job to do, and that job is to railroad through these super chats.
Yes.
So as we do that and get progressively insanely drunker in
Yes.
these quick moments, we again, anything that pops into your head to shoot my way, anything you want to put me on the spot with, fucking fly.
If you could cosplay any character, what would it be?
If I could what?
Cosplay any character, what would it be?
I really have always wanted to do a really, really good, high quality femme Han Solo.
Oh shit! I could totally do that to you. That would be easy. That would be easy as fuck, man. It's not even a hard thing to sew.
I know. So, do you wanna? Because I'll send you the measurements.
Yes.
I'll fucking pay you for your materials and your time. I don't give a shit. I'm 100% on board. Hell yeah. Ginger Viking Jesus says, booze. I like booze. Jim Beam honey and Arizona lemon tea for the win.
Ooh, that's sexy sounding.
Big smile. We got to hang loose and we got to cheers. By the way, Jessica, Facebook DM, winky face. Cool. Ginger Viking news. I did just connect with you on the Book of Faces today. So hopefully, we were messaging each other previously, but I did just officially accept your friend request because I'm on Facebook ever at all. So even if I'm messaging you, you've gotten to that point where I'm consent to message you in Messenger. If I haven't accepted your friend request, it's not because I hate you. It's because I'm literally never on Facebook, and when I am, I don't check that shit.
Dude, I've had that shit happen. Oh, cheers. I've had that shit happen. People keep fucking messaging me on Facebook, and I'm like, dude, I'm never fucking on Facebook. Don't message me over here.
I got the Messenger app finally, but it's also dramatic. Like, I've found things where people have found my public pages and have messaged those, and I never see those. I'm like, oh shit, years later. I'm like, well, I wish you had messaged my private page where I actually, occasionally actually see the messages.
Yeah. And which is hard to say, man, because like you could message me on DMs over on Twitter, except I have those blocked now because of some stupid shit. So like it's just hard to get a hold of us sometimes. Not because we're trying to avoid anybody, but because the world's a shitty place.
Yeah, because other people are terrible and have ruined it for you. Ninja Lawyer Steve, now we're at that one who says, I'll eat Swedish fish over black licorice.
Word!
I love Swedish fish too. So are you negging on Swedish fish now? Because come on, bro.
No, I said word because I like Swedish fish.
Good, because Swedish fish is delicious. Speaking of, by the way, so we've been, things we do that are fun. All the Whole Foods have their own little coffee bar, but they also have like fresh juice bars and shit. So we become Whole Food shoppers now because we like their smoothies. And
yay, that's gayer than me.
And Amazon has cool sales there. So we were like, you know what? We're trying to like be less. We're trying to figure out shit for like, all right, what's something you can snack on? What's something we could snack on that's like going to replace a different craving, but not be bad for us. So
gummies?
2 grams of sugar, Whole Foods sweet.
Okay.
All right. So that's what's up. Now I'm no stranger to this life. My mom was into health food my whole life, so I was that kid. Like when Trader Joe's came to our area, I got Joe's O's instead of Cheerios. So, and I got the Trader Joe's version of Oreos too. So I've experienced the fact that health food knockoffs can be bullshit. I've also experienced that there are gems with health food knockoffs, and they can really help you substitute your caloric intake. Fuck this fucking wrapper. This is why I have knives.
Oh yeah, fuck that shit.
This is annoying. This is like scissors are harder to find in my home than knives. I've actually gotten really good at using knives to like cut wrappers like this.
Yeah, I saw that shit. That was legit.
I'm gonna make Sean Firefart teach me how to do more tricks with my butterfly knife. Like, he asked me, he was like, "Do you know how to open? Like, just quit. Do you know how to open your safe?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's about the only thing I know how to do with it." I used to be able to. I try to find it. I'll pull it.
Even just opening a butterfly knife the right way is fucking impressive.
Well, now I want to see where I go now. It should be right here. I always keep it here, but I grab it.
I kind of want to go jack your Swedish fish.
Yeah. Because the couple things I can do with it are I can open it and close it, all fancified. And then I can do a nice little flippy trick with it. I used to be able to take it, throw it up in the air, close, and then attach it open.
Nope, not today, Satan. Fuck that shit.
I taped over the blade when I had to learn it, to practice it. Now, actually, I could learn it again probably pretty easy because a listener did send me a practice ballad song that's just a blunt blade on it. So, oh, don't worry, Sean. You don't owe me anything more than that. I just told you I wanted you to teach me shit, and we didn't like make an appointment for it. There's nothing to be sorry about. I just told you I want to do that. Don't be sorry for it. Now, teach me these things. You should be my beck and call to give me new skills all of the time. You already invited me to go visit your home at some point and shoot your guns.
What I'm going to need are instructive videos posted with an unlisted link every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. So,
acceptable. Lord Understatement. Oh, what a fucking monster. He says, I'll eat my black licorice and my candy corn at the same time.
Oh, God, help you. Yeah, fuck. All right, fine.
Lord Understatement.
Dirty drinking to that.
I love you, but I can't help you.
Yeah, I feel dirty just drinking. That's nasty.
Oh, God. Where my most recent one is that I can actually pull up over here.
Yeah, if you want to run through super chats, I'm going to go grab my phone and bring it closer to me. I feel naked.
Yeah,
it's weird.
I had a moment of looking around, being like, "Where is mine?" I swear I heard it buzzing a second ago, but I don't know where it is. I think it's in this pocket. Ronan Medic says, "I've been unsub from both of you several times." Ha 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 ha. Ronan Medic 76. I wish you were the first person who's ever told me that, but you're like the 12th or like 30th, or I don't know. And for every one of you who's bothered to tell me, I'm sure there's like 100 more of you that's happened to. Now, YouTube hates me, so like it just gleefully unsubs people from me every day for funsies. I just stopped caring. I'm like, fine, if you hate me, I'll just do my own shit elsewhere better. Yeah, my phone's just gone. Cool. I mean, by gone, I mean like literally right next to me. I'm an idiot. Where are we? The Rookie Critic. Damn it. Fuck. What it says too, but now I can't. It's something about Jeff's thoughts. Here it is. Okay, cool. I can read it. Jeff's thoughts. Quote, grilled cheese is pretty great.
All right. How many drinks behind am I? I can't be letting you get ahead of me here. 4?
You missed. Did you drink for Lord? Oh, sorry. Did you drink for the black licorice with candy corn on?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Then only 2. Then Ronan Medic, who said I've been unsubbed from you both several times.
I know he has, which is weird because he's a patron of mine. So fucking weird as shit. He's there all the time.
Anna's been unsubbed for my channel before. And the Rookie Critic says, Jeff's thoughts, grilled cheese is pretty great. So the joke for those who haven't caught on yet is that you can't see what Jeff is doing. It looks like he's just staring out into the window because his computer is underneath there. So what are Jeff's, chat, go for it. What are Jeff's deep window thoughts? Let us know. And,
it's literally just fucking porn, Jesse. That's all it, like not even like normal porn, like, you know, like fucking gangbang shit.
Or no, the point is, imagine everyone loves it because you can't see the computer. It just looks like he's staring out the window.
Oh, okay. So just like regular thought. Okay, so
what are Jeff's thoughts staring out the window?
Maybe the hokey pokey really is what it's all about.
I mean, that is one of the thoughts. Here's a fucked up one that I remember reading from some list one time. There was a moment when your parents picked you up as a child. That was the last time they ever picked you up.
Oh, man, I'm gonna cry. This is bullshit. I want to go. Actually, that's not true. That is untrue. That is untrue for me, at least. My dad actually picked me up a few Christmases ago, and it was adorable. And the reason he picked me up was because I threw myself at him. I went, Dad, and literally jumped, and he had no fucking choice. It was catch me or fall. And so
I love it. Fucking love it. What was I going to say? I totally just lost my train of thought on that. Oh, my other one was, my other crazy thought too was the whole, and this one I love even more because it fucking happened to me. I've always loved that thought of like, you could have like that whole thought of like your soulmate is out there in the world, just, you know, whatever, and you don't even know. Now I fucking found him, and like, not only is he out there, I was aware of him, he was aware of me, and then we met each other and knew each other to an extent well before we ever realized that we were meant to be together, you know?
Yeah.
And like, as soon as we were in a room together, that became crystal clear to both of us on some level instantly, and then just grew and grew and grew and became this. But like, until that moment, I was like, but then thinking back too, I still remember World Class Bullshitters, for some reason, well back when I got back into YouTube, before The Last Shadow even came out, looking around channels, seeing, getting ideas of the kind of shit I was doing, what people were doing out there like me, coming across his channel, finding out, oh, you know, when the Phantom Menace became this whole thing, and going over to like, oh, World Class Bullshitters is a channel I keep hearing about. Oh, I'm already subbed to them. Oh, right, they were this channel I watched these videos of when I was trying to like learn, like these weird little connections like that we had already made in some weird ways, and finding out things too. It's almost bizarre. Like, there have been certain little things that we've discovered where it's like, oh my God, it's almost like you having those experiences prepped you for a relationship.
Yeah. Yeah. It was interesting because Andrew and I, our divorces coincided within just when we found out that we were getting separated, and then when the actual divorces happened, were like all within the same year. And the actual finding out, the separation was within a month, and then the actual divorce was within a month. And so they aligned super, super close with each other. And then it took us both about, you know, a year or so after kind of the separation aspect and get everything sorted out to get to a place where we were willing to really kind of expose ourselves to another person in that really vulnerable kind of way again.
Yeah.
And Andrew just sort of fucking charged right in, and just wasn't ready for him. but I became very, very quickly comfortable with him, which was the weird thing about it, was because my comfort levels were so. Oh, okay, so to be completely fair, I had very superficially hit on people, right? But in a very like I hit on Jessie multiple times. She was non-receptive, probably because she's not gay. But but that was a very superficial sort of like not actually interested kind of. I'm not actually interested in a relationship.
But there's also like, I mean, look, I went through that. I had a long and very damaging a 5-year relationship from when I was 18 to 23, and I went into several little, like, I called them training wheels relationships. I went with a couple guys years afterwards, you know, and I even acknowledged I'm kind of starting to get ready to date again, but I'm not ready to, you know, I'm not ready to put myself out there like that. So I even accepted myself. I was like, these are training wheels relationships. Like, I like this guy. I'm attracted to him. And in another universe, maybe it could or could not go somewhere deeper or whatever. Probably not. But the whole point is, it's fine for now. I don't have to worry about the bigger questions of, are we compatible in the long run? Are we going to get married? You know, it's fine for now to go on a few dates with a couple of guys or talk about these things just to kind of get my feet wet again, you know? And it's like, you know, not that I wasn't interested or didn't like those guys, but just I wasn't ready to pursue that. And
in a serious way,
the guys that came along at the time weren't the ones who would have been right to take it to that next level anyway. You know?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So,
absolutely.
So then it becomes this really, and you trace back, and you're like, it was this really kind of, you know, almost a beautiful timeline. I'm sure for you the same kind of thing. Like, I'm sure having some of those, feeling comfortable flirting again, feeling comfortable, you know, establishing your sexuality again, establishing your sexual identity again, was probably huge towards like being the comfortable you to receive Andrew. You know?
It actually left me with an opportunity, because I had been, prior to my marriage or whatever, I'd never come out as bisexual, mainly because my family was super religious and it was an uncomfortable topic of discussion. And I was married to a guy, so it didn't matter, right? I didn't have to. And so I could sit really comfortably in this place of just, you know, straight, and my family didn't need to know. No one needed to know. And so that was okay. And then I got divorced, and I realized that it was time, you know, like it was time to accept this aspect of myself and no longer limit myself in a way that had always previously been done, right? Like I was as far as anyone was concerned, I was straight, and that's just how it was. And so the divorce gave me an opportunity to come to terms with the fact that I was bi, and to come out to my family about the fact that I was bi, which went really well with my mom and my dad. We still don't talk about. Like, dad still gets a weird scrunched up look on his face anytime anyone even mentions gay, let alone me. So my mom was like, "Oh, honey, I know. You used to hang around with Summer all the time. I know what y'all was doing back there." And I was like, "Okay, mom." So like, it gave me that opportunity to come to terms with that aspect of myself, and then it still be okay that, you know, it's okay because it is what it is. And I don't, Andrew just happens to be, although if you've seen the pictures, he would make a hot chick too. He would make such a hot chick. Sorry, I got horny. I need another drink.
I think it's so funny too, because it's like, what's awesome is those things too. It's like you got out of that and you moved on. Like the guy I was with, I thought was the one at the time, and it was, you know, I'll tell you, I'm sure you and I will get into some shit off air one day, Mary, because I won't tell these stories publicly. One day, Mary, you and I need to just do a virtual hangout, or maybe one in person one day, and I'm going to tell you my summer camp stories, because you're going to fucking shit when I tell you those.
What happened?
We'll see what happens after we turn the cameras off tonight. Who knows?
I missed that. I actually went to get a drink. I have no idea what the fuck's going on.
Ronan Medic 76 is Jeff's window thoughts. Your belly button is just your old mouth.
Oh, that's brilliant. I like that. Can I have that? Can I have that later? I stole the hokey pokey bit. Can I steal that, Ronan?
Absolutely. Steal all you want. Steal them all. Have them all. I offer them up freely from the Mindless Mob. Speaking of the Mindless Mob, this really special thing happens on the channel, which is that the Mindless Mob, really, you guys have your own identity, and it's wonderful. And because of that, I love what happens, which is there are two shows happening concurrently at all times when I stream, which is the show that I'm putting on up here, and the interactions going on in the chat, and personalities emerge and become really part of the show to a point. I mean, like, that Baltimore guy is a fucking celebrity because of the time he sent the super chat that said, "You guys are fine, comma," and that was fucking it. And that's the best thing ever. So now whenever that Baltimore guy shows up in our chat, people are like, "Oh my God, it's the "You guys are fine" guy. Oh my God. Ah! It's the greatest thing ever. And that happened recently over the past year with one of our listeners, Emily, formerly Beth Digoo, or Beth Digga, as I used to call her, who has, you know, now made some guest appearances on the stream, has been, you know, really, really wonderful. And lately, Sweet Pea has been doing the same. Sweet Pea's been over on Live It With Me. I feel like it's just me and her hanging out half the time. So,
well, a lot of us start off as chat rats, you know.
Exactly. I love that, chat rats. Oh, it's so true. And it's like, well, I can't say that word.
That's how I started, Jesse. I started as a chat rat.
It's true. It's very true. And look at you now, which is why you are the perfect person to be here to usher in this magnanimous occasion with me. Magnanimous.
Oh, shit.
Momentous occasion with me.
Let's put him through the ringer. I'm totally good with this.
So, first and foremost, to formally introduce the newest member of the Mindless Mob being elevated to this status was the previous. It's like, you know, when you do the pageantry, you got the old Miss USA passes on to the next one, or in this case, the old Miss Mindless Mob will pass on to the new one, and the old one was our very own Emily Beth Digoo,
the one getting married and shit.
The one getting married and shit. Or in this case, the old Miss Mindless Mob.
Oh shit! Mute your stream, boo.
Sorry.
I did not give her any warning, so I sprung this on her.
You all right?
All right.
Sorry.
Emily, Mary, Emily.
Absolutely dreadful.
Hail, Emily. You have like the best natural blush I've ever seen on a human being.
It's not natural.
Okay, well then props to you for making that shit look natural.
So
all right.
Emily's job is to dress up as princesses for parties.
Really?
Used to be.
Oh, used to be, or no longer.
Yeah, I don't have time anymore.
I could actually see you pulling off a good bell.
I
And a
have not
Snow
done
White.
that yet, surprisingly.
Really, girl, I tell you right now, all it takes is a little like those two, like separate your hair, part it at the front of the forehead, separate it like, you know, maybe 2 inches back, and then twist on the sides, like straight grab that chunk, twist it, grab the other chunk, twist it, bring that back into a half of a hair ponytail, turn that into a nice little bun, bam, bell hair.
I would if I could, but my hair is razor thin.
Girl, I can handle your hand. I got
I
you.
have baby hair. It literally
I got
falls
you.
out.
I got you.
Strand
Emily,
out.
your hair's like my hair. Your hair's like my hair, Emily.
Enough teasing can do anything.
Mary, one day you'll have to mess with mine because mine is like that. It resists literally everything ever.
Well, we have a good for a bridesmaid's hair, so we did find one that would work for you, Jesse.
Oh, I love you.
Oh, shit.
If you let your hair grow a little bit before you get married, we can do the 1920s kink bob.
Oh, that sounds fun.
But I don't
I'm
know.
about to Google that shit. Hold up.
Just give me enough warning, and it will be done.
20s kink bob. I'm about to Google that.
Emily,
Ooh, that's pretty. Oh my god, I love it.
I've always wanted to do that. Actually, I got a little mini curler to try to do it, and I couldn't figure it out. So Emily, you have to help me. But I actually really want to do that one. That's something I thought of with this haircut. Is exactly that. I was like, my hair would look so cool with that look. But yeah, we'll figure it out.
Can I make a snap judgment of Emily's character?
Mm-hmm.
Emily, thoughts on black licorice?
Thoughts on black licorice?
Mm-hmm.
Depends on the brand.
Ooh, interesting and unusual.
Nice
I'm
middle
more
ground
inclined
there.
to red myself, but black licorice can be good depending on the kind, especially if it comes from Australia.
Yes. Australian licorice is the best, hands down. Now, Emily, I asked you to prepare a few words on behalf of Sweet Pea. So, prior to her epic introduction into the official world of mindless entertainment, what would you like to say about, because as we said, this is a big responsibility, being elevated into the mindless mob of this level, the inner circle, the circle of trust, the ride or die, the you keep our secrets or we hunt you down and murder your family level.
Incidentally, we have shovels engraved with our names on them. So, yeah.
So what would you? I'm actually going to give you the full floor for a second here. And what would you like? Let me see now. Let me. Where can I?
Mira, don't do that.
Way to put her on the fucking spot, Jesse. Oh, then you enlarge her.
Sorry.
So
my cat is doing something she shouldn't do.
Handle the cat. I understand that.
Do you want to get electrocuted? This is Mira.
Oh, hi, baby.
She's the kitten we found in Fish Creek Park.
How am I the one with dogs? How does no one else have dogs?
I have a dog. Look, my dog's right here. He looks
That's
like
not a fucking dog, Jesse. That is a cat that acts like a dog.
Sits and stays.
That is a cat that has culturally appropriated dogisms.
He sits and stays. He rolls over on command. His girlfriend is a dog.
That just makes it fucking weird.
Grand dog, Mary. Are you saying that he cannot be? He cannot
it's not
be a dog?
anything any weird. It's on Family Guy, where they have a dog that plays the role of a human that's going out with human females. The more I think about that, the more screwed up
it is. Absolutely diabolical.
If Ryan can identify as human, then Shipanga can identify. Then
I don't care what Family Guy says. Your cat is fucking weird, Jesse.
Look, his nickname is Spush for a reason. It's Cat Super Special. He is our Spush cat.
All right.
So Emily, what did you want to say? What message did you want to pass? Did you and Mira want to pass on to Sweet Pea? What loving words can you offer?
Well, we're pretty nuts, so I guess you have to have a pretty strong willpower to put up with us. So, Mira, no. Sorry, I have to get her to calm down. She's tormenting our older cat. Mira, okay.
This is why I have dogs.
Good girl.
This is why I have dogs. The ears went back like, fuck you.
I'm
Lay
here.
all over your fucking keyboard.
It's an iPad.
Thank God, by the way, for StreamYard finally becoming compatible with mobile devices. Now we can have Emily here without.
Did it? I didn't even know.
Well, with those lovely words, which I think
I'm
amount to
sorry,
good
I
enough.
did not have any time to prepare.
Dude, I sprung it on you last minute. Don't even
Well,
trip.
you didn't spring on me last minute.
Oh my God, you can imagine
Sean told me
dragons.
to cut out the internet for about half an hour. Yeah.
What the fuck, Jesse? I'm just looking at your fucking workout playlist. Fucking Mabo number 5 is on that shit.
Oh,
without
you like
further
Imagine
ado, guys.
Dragons, eh?
Without further ado, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me the pleasure of introducing a special member of the Mindless Mob. She is a connoisseur of movies and a lover of all shades blue. I am, of course, speaking about Montana, or as we more affectionately know her, Sweet Pea.
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you doing tonight? Come on in. You're talking about big personalities, baby. I got a big personality, so don't even worry about it. I'm here.
Well-
I'm from Texas, so don't even worry about it.
Sweet Pea, you want to be friends? I'm going to be friends now.
Hell yeah, girl. And listen, Mary, I love candy corn. I love
Fucking yes! Yes! I'm so happy.
Oh my God. What's up, y'all? What's going on?
Fucking this, the texture of candy corn is the fucking shit, man. It fucking
Okay,
dissolves like
Okay, so listen. Okay, I like candy corn until I eat too much candy corn. And
Right,
my mouth starts
right.
yeah. I'm just like, what the
it
fuck?
starts to fucking hurt a little bit after a while.
I feel the same way, guys, but one piece of candy corn is too much for me.
Really?
No,
This
but
is what
see,
I currently
do-
have.
She's got gummy bears, and I'm so jealous. I don't got nothing but Gatorade. I
Wait,
didn't make it
gummy
to the
bears
liquor
are shit.
store today. I'm sorry
I
about
forgot
that,
to
y'all.
try my healthy Swedish fish. Let's try my healthy Swedish
It's not
fish.
that I wouldn't eat your healthy Swedish fish. All right, Jesse, I would totally eat them. But if I had to sit there and stare at candy corn or Swedish fish, bleh, that's a word.
So I know that this kind of grosses me out too. Swedish
I
fish.
would
I'm
eat
like, why would
candy.
I want to eat it? Like,
I would eat candy corn.
You catch Swedish fish using gummy worms.
You know what you can?
oh my God. Okay.
Okay, you guys know that cherry flavor? That like vaguely medicinal cherry cough syrup flavor?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a weirdo. I love that flavor. I love that
Oh,
flavor
Ruby.
more than human beings should even like it. I feel like no, beyond this goes even further beyond that. This tastes like.
I can see you watching me, Mira.
Do you guys ever have that like vaguely cherry yet bubblegum flavored liquid strep throat medicine as a kid?
Yes, I did, and I hated every second of it.
I didn't mind it.
I don't know. It's cough syrup. Like it pisses me off. Anytime I smell it or see it, this anger just boils up inside of me, and I want to fucking kill somebody so badly. I'm like, God.
You know what I just realized?
I'm reminded of my childhood.
You know what I just
Okay, here's
realized?
a question for everyone. Bubblegum flavored ice cream, does it or does it not taste like Tylenol?
Okay, now hold on. That's a hold on. There's a story behind that. Because okay, so as a little girl, like I'm gonna interrupt your bubblegum question with a very specific childhood story, okay? Because I acknowledge that bubblegum flavored ice cream is bad, but okay. When I was a little girl, I was really fat. And my dad, one time we walked into Walmart, it was right around Christmas time, and my brother and my sister were poking fun at me and they were calling me fat, and I was really upset and I was crying. And so my dad, he like looks at my brother and sister and he was like, no, you leave your sister alone. He was like, I'm taking her. You guys are going to stay with your mother and you're going to shop. And I'm taking your sister to go get ice cream. And so he was like, you can get any flavor ice cream you want in the whole of Baskin Robbins. And I chose bubblegum flavored ice cream. And ever since then, bubblegum flavored. I acknowledge, objectively speaking, that bubblegum flavored ice cream is not good. But whenever I get a chance to get bubblegum flavored ice cream, I get it because it reminds me of that moment where my dad took a stand against the tyranny of siblings and reminded me that I was still a human being and a good person.
Thank God. I'm
Really.
the total reject here because I've never even heard of bubble cream ice
Stay away from
bubble
Walmart
cream
brand.
ice cream, bubblegum ice cream. I've never in my life heard of such a thing. What in the hell? Like, I wouldn't eat that. I don't even like bubblegum.
Well, real bubblegum ice cream has like those little chiclets in it. You know?
Oh,
The Walmart brand tastes like Tylenol.
It does. It does.
Tylenol.
It was, they
looks
gave us
like
a free
children's
sample. I
Tylenol.
tried it. Like, I swear I've had this before. Walking away. That's fucking Tylenol.
I love those flavors. All right,
Did anyone?
guys, before we start having too much fun, though, I can't let you get off this thing. Right?
Oh, really? Okay.
There's an initiation ritual.
Wait. Jesse, I gotta fucking pee. This is your fault.
Oh my God.
Okay,
I
so
wanna
while
see you wake up.
Don't say you have to pee. Sweet
I need
don't
less
have to
than
pee
2
then.
minutes.
Yeah.
I gotta fucking pee and I want to be here
Yeah,
for the
I know.
initiation.
I heard initiation. I was like, oh God.
You're so fucked.
No, okay, listen. First off, while she goes pee, I want to sit here and say thank you so much, Sean. Go big boy or go home for that intro. That is one of the sweetest things that anybody has done for me in a long time, and I so appreciate it, dude. Much love from Texas. Hail, man. Hail. Fuck
So
yeah.
much love to Sean, and thank you for slapping that together for me too. It was, he was like, "Hey, you told me to be on tonight. I recorded this for you. I hope it's okay." I'm like, "Dude, this is better than okay." He has such a great announcer voice. So, guys, if you ever need any kind of like narration done, go big boy or go home. Sean Firefart is the man.
Mira, no.
Also, I've got
Open
two
the
dogs.
litter
So
box.
when Mary comes back, I'll let her know. I've got two
I'm
big
sorry.
boy dogs, and I have one cat who's a retard. Big
No,
dog.
in the litter box.
I'm gonna mute Emily for a second while she deals with the cats. What kind of dogs do you have, Sweetie?
I have a pit bull named Bam Bam, and then I have a mutt named Zeppelin. And Zeppelin I tripped over his ass the other night and completely ate shit. Just fell down. The chair went with me. It was terrible. And he's as black as coal, like, or something. He blends in like Nightcrawler from X-Men to the night. And like, I fell on him, and I felt bad, even though I'm the one that like busted my knee open, and then he ran like to go hide in his little corner. I was like, "I'm Zeppelin, I'm so sorry, come here, man." And I'm like fucking blood going down my leg and everything. He's a good boy. He's old. He's like an old man, and he's kind of got a weird shape to him. I don't know how to describe it. But the dogs are in my living room now, and it's kind of dark in there, and I don't know if I can get them to come out here.
If they do come over, we'll want to see them. Mary, so
I slid back in like fucking a ninja right now just to fucking get the initiation. Get back for the initiation.
Well, that's good. Sweetie was just letting you know that she's a dog people too. So
Thank God. Okay, so candy corn and dog people. All right, so here's what I'm thinking here. Here's what I'm thinking, gals. All right, because you ladies aren't introduced to shenanigans, but I'm thinking a full female shenanigans panel, right?
Ooh.
And we bring Sweet Pea and Emily, my girl Lorena, and my girl Laura, and Jesse. And we just fucking tear it up.
Hell yeah, I'm down. I'm right. I'll ride or die, baby. Like, no,
All right.
I will. Like,
Oh, and Mary, we can set it up like it's my crew versus your crew.
oh my God.
3 on 3.
I need to fucking draw fan art now. I've got so much. I'm almost done with your picture, Jesse. I am almost done with it. It's
I'm so excited to see it.
I
Especially
know.
now that we found your Instagram and I've seen all the other
yeah.
videos.
Like, for those who don't know, I hail from the great state of Texas. And I am also an artist and a writer, and I love ponies. So those are
My little pony.
what kind of what?
My little
Ponies?
You said ponies?
I said ponies, honey. I said ponies.
So
my little
I know
pony.
you said when I was telling my Rocky story and whatnot, but are you so we need to talk about horses at some point is what you're talking
Oh hell yeah. Like I've been a horse girl since the day I could fucking walk. I came out the womb with
I had a horse eat my
hat on
hair.
and a lasso.
That's the thing. They do that, right? The horses eat hair occasionally from time to time. I know they're
Oh
not
yeah,
llamas.
don't bend down in front of them if you have any hair on your back.
That's
For
true.
grass, you are going to have.
You know, our instructors, I saw one girl get like just, I mean, it didn't even look like the horse even moved his head that much, but it just took one little jerk and she went down like that.
Mm.
And it was, we were all,
Dude, I had the first guy I ever dated. Well, not the first. One of the first guys I ever dated. His name was Doug Ray. Okay, he was a good old boy from Doug Ray, and he had horses. He raised horses, and I straight up was like, "Oh, come here, horse, come here!" And I was like trying to feed it. What was it? I think he handed me celery or some other. And I was like calling the horse over, right? No big deal. I think nothing of it. I'm trying to feed this horse. Next thing I know, this giant black thing plops out of its like abdomen area. And I was like, what is that? And he goes, he starts laughing maniacally. And I'm like, what's wrong with the horse? What? And I had no idea. I was like,
Mary.
14 or 15. Yeah, I know now, Emily. I didn't fucking know at the time that the horse
They
was
aired
on
him out.
me. The thing fucking landed on the ground. It just plopped out like a fucking fish. And it's just flopping around. And I was like, I didn't know what the hell it was. And so he starts laughing. And I was like, I just was, what's wrong with it? And he was like, my horse likes you.
oh my God.
But
It happens.
I've
mean,
never
there's
heard
one
it
of
that way.
once upon a time, I assisted in the castration of a foal.
I never
Oh
did
my
that.
God, no.
I couldn't handle it.
I didn't have to do anything like serious. I think I was like mostly holding the horse or helping out.
You didn't rubber band.
Yeah. So this was we did take pictures of the horse testicles afterwards. I have those somewhere.
Ooh.
Somewhere
Why would you do that, Jesse?
because the horse needed to be fixed.
No, I said take pictures of it.
Because it's Jesse, and Jesse has to, and Jesse does what Jesse wants. So
That's how you scare the children someday.
It's whatever. All right, I want to show you guys my most precious possession. Because since the conversation steered this way, I haven't taken this out of the bag in a really long time. But
It's not horse testicles.
What the
not horse
fuck?
testicles.
Okay.
So it is a not uncommon practice when somebody has to put their horse down to save a lock of their tail. And I have to get a big lock because I'd like to do stuff with it someday, like make it into art and jewelry and things like that. And he had such a big, beautiful tail, and I wanted to get one of these full dreadlocks because
Don't cry.
It's okay, Jesse. It's okay. I understand. I really do. It's hard.
Horses have a kind of bond with humans that no other animal has, and it's a very strange thing to say,
Jesse,
but
don't
it's
cry.
they have such a so much emotion in their eyes for an animal that you don't see.
Yeah.
And you know, they're so devoted too. They carried men through war, and it's
Oh my God, I swear to God, if we're gonna start crying, I swear to God.
Yeah, listen, I'll be like Dolly Parton, be like,
Oh,
you know,
come
nobody
here,
knows
dog.
my
Crying.
presence.
Come here, Dad. We're snuggling. This is happening. We're snuggling, dog.
and I have mascara on, so there goes that.
I do too. I don't want my eyes to start burning because, like, you know, I have a strict policy that nobody cries alone in my presence, and I got that from Dolly Parton. If anybody, I don't know if any of you guys have ever seen the movie Steel Magnolias, but that's like that's like a Southern girl staple. You know, your mom showed it to you. I love that movie so much. It's so freaking funny, and it's sad. It's like the saddest movie you'll ever laugh in.
So Sweet Pea is being inducted into the very, very small club of me and Mandy. I know I don't speak with an accent. I'm from Kentucky, born and raised.
Oh, girl, don't worry. We got you.
I'm a hillbilly. You're being inducted into a very small group. It's just me and Mandy so far of the Fandom Menace Hicks. You're being inducted right now.
I'm from
Oh,
Alberta.
that's okay.
Does
Listen,
that count?
you're from where, honey?
I'm from Alberta. Does that count? We're
New
from
Mexico?
Texas.
So there you go.
Alberta, Texas? Alberta, Mexico?
Alberta is
What's that?
Canada's Texas.
Oh my God, I'm an
Emily.
idiot. Forgive me.
Emily,
Yeah, you're
it's okay.
Emily, have you watched the show Letterkenny yet?
No, I have not.
Because Jeff and I just started watching it, and I have a feeling that you'd probably relate because it's basically a show about Canadian Hicks.
Sounds very interesting.
It's hilarious so far.
Have any of
Have you ever seen
Great-
Corner Gas?
No.
You have to see that. It's the funniest thing ever. It's set in Saskatchewan, a small town called Dog River in Saskatchewan. It's a fake town, of course. But it's about the people in the town and the guy that runs the gas station and his friend.
Sounds good.
Absolutely hilarious. And his father that calls everyone, even butterflies, a jackass.
Now, here's the question.
Have you seen Bridgerton?
No, someone super chatted that. Somebody. No,
it's
somebody
good, but it's good. But the problem is they kind of went a little bit too far with historical inaccuracy for me to really enjoy it.
I take it along the vein of like Greatest Showman or Hamilton, right? Like
it's really good, but it's really hard for me to look past that.
I don't have any problem. Like I don't need P.T. Barnum in The Greatest Showman to be an upstanding person who does the whole representation thing really well, right?
For me, it's the costumes.
Oh, really?
Me off. They're way too flashy for that era.
I don't know enough about it to be too concerned with that aspect.
And the thing is, though, if you're going to do historical drama, the least you can do is know how to do the clothes.
See, all I'm really worried about is the whole boning the Duke thing.
Well, Emily,
Downton Abbey is more along my line of.
You got a good butt.
Did you, Emily? Did you ever watch Turn: Washington Spies? Apparently, that was like really historically accurate, and it was
very historically accurate, but almost to the point that it became a documentary.
That's true.
Near the end, and that's the thing. I want a little bit of drama in there.
Mm-hmm.
But I also want historical accuracy, but they threw out the drama to turn it into like a historical documentary. Now, Jamie Bell did a brilliant job in that role.
He did do a brilliant job in that role,
Absolutely
except he
brilliant,
became super like unlikable as the show went on. It was so interesting.
The thing that I found with it was, since they were going so close to the life story, that once they started running out of things to do, they started running out of ideas, because you can't put fiction into a real person's life story.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can with it when it's like a fictional.
Right, yeah.
A fictional thing.
I just caught my dog chewing on a packet of tartar sauce.
Ew.
Oh, and ladies, are you drinking tonight? Because we do have a couple of super chats.
I have Irish coffee made with Scottish whiskey.
That's
close enough.
Break all the rules.
Okay. I normally
Let's do this.
Drink, but I did get a little vodka and put it in my Gatorade, so I have a little bit of a drink with me. So yeah, there we go.
That's or shit right there.
Good. I've got a mild, somewhere between mild to medium buzz, Jesse. So let's do this. I need my.
16-bit mascot says, "Thanks for the late stream. Many don't do it. Mary, are you really going to have shenanigans on Saturday? It's about hit or miss these days. The shame."
Oh, all right. Hold up.
Just made mascot throwing some shade.
Just drunk enough to not give a fuck. I have a disorder called PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome, which means my cycles are a fucking nightmare. All right. So why was I not on this past Saturday when I even planned to be on? Because I was busy curled into a ball crying. That's why. So
I'm
sorry I missed shenanigans.
I freaking hate it. And for me, it's not the pain. For me, I get so moody to the point where I lash out at people for absolutely nothing, and then I feel horrible.
I don't get moody. I'm literally like crying in a ball. So it's just like the pain aspect of it.
It depends for me as far as my period goes, and I know the guys in the chat. I'm sorry, but deal with it.
I talk to my boyfriend about it all the time.
Yeah.
Don't worry. You don't have to apologize to the men on this channel. They're used to it. They're in the Mindless Mob too.
Okay. All right.
Jesse's talked about it before.
Okay,
Damn,
cool.
You know this.
But anyway, so like I was saying, like I have like really bad PMS. Like when my period hits, I'm like, thank God, because whenever the PMS hits, I am an emotional psychopath. I am certifiably insane. I want to kill everybody around me. You should see me in the damn car.
Give me a Snickers or die.
Yeah, it's like, man, y'all are lucky the purge doesn't exist, because I'd be making a list right now of everybody. I'd be writing down license plate numbers. If my PMS, it's awful. And then so when my period finally hits,
come
I'm just
up
like,
here
so
and get our prime minister while you're at it,
dude. One of these days, one of these days I'm gonna make a video about just a personal vlog video, or maybe do like a full day stream when I realize I'm hitting those 24 hours before it drops.
Right?
Because those 24 hours is kind of on the scale of like just before it drops into just when it drops. I am like a bipolar on crack. I'm feeling like I'm laughing hysterically. Nothing can ever feel better than this in the moment. 5 minutes later, I will be crying, thinking my life has never been worse than it was at that moment.
God, dude, I feel that one hard. Damn, it's the truth though. It's the worst. I'm like, I don't know why we were plagued with all this bullshit that we got to endure for at least another 40 years.
I actually Googled it this past, because I was trying to figure out why the hell it hurts so bad, right? I actually Googled what the hell it is, what it could do to you in terms of having PCOS, right? And it turns out that because you're passing the cysts or whatever, like whenever you're actually having it, and if you're passing, your body is like, oh, okay, let's get rid of these growths on your insides. That's why it hurts so fucking bad. And so not every month, because your body doesn't get rid of the cysts every single month, but for many of the months, or for some of the months, it'll be like, oh, okay, well, fuck you, and I hope you fucking die, right? And so you're laying there praying to God that you will actually just end right here, right now. Your body strips its inside. Exactly.
That's what happened. That's a very, very well observed. Yeah, it's exactly, or very well put, I should say, observed. I hope you're not observing that. That'd be really weird.
Please acknowledge, ladies, at least you don't know the pain of getting kicked in the nuts. How often do you actually get kicked in the nuts? Because I can tell you how often the fucking cycle happens every fucking month.
That's a great fucking point, Sean. Count on your hands the number of times you have been kicked in the nuts in your life. I don't have enough fingers for the number of periods I get in a year. So when I have to stop in the middle of my work day to sit down because it feels like there are razor blades just having a fucking rave in my uterus, I want to hear about the pain of you getting kicked in the nuts that one time when you were fucking 13 on a playground. Cry about it. Not
tape. Not tape. Oh no, but it's something else. But okay, so what is this initiation? I'm very curious about this initiation.
Although I really didn't want to read this right now. Barry's on her period every time she plays a bard in D&D. She's on her minstrel cycle.
He's not wrong.
Herman is back. I hate you and I hate puns because it was directed towards. Well, I love you. I hate puns. I can live with that. Because
that earned a shot.
So a couple more super chats because I went with that one. I got to read the old ones now, and or the one more we missed from Ronan Medic.
That earned a shot for me.
That's window thoughts. Candy corn upside down makes it look like a Trump candy. Like a candy.
It's true. It's true.
Terrible.
Hair. Yeah, it's true.
That does it for the super chats for now, which means nothing can save you from what happens next, which is probably I've always built it up as much. It'll probably be way less scary than you think.
Should I be scared?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a little scared too. I'm not gonna.
Do I get an I helped icon for this particular portion of the stream?
No, you have to be initiated.
Yeah.
I have no. I don't. I was confident.
You've been initiated before, so how could you have possibly been initiated before? Since the initiation ritual hasn't even been devised yet. Hadn't even been devised yet. So.
Godfather, you said this earlier. I have the chat. I have the text to prove it.
She's trying to absolve.
You know what? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, Jesse. Bro,
but you also have the statement from 20 minutes ago or 40 minutes.
Nothing you can throw at me, Jesse, that I can't fucking handle. So let's do this.
Well, the first part's easy. It's a simple repeat after me. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In the name of the God Empress.
In the name of the God Empress.
I heretofore pledge my sword to the mindless mob.
I heretofore
pledge my sword to the mindless mob.
And salute the mighty bovine.
The mighty bovine.
And to do this salute, you must, of course, in the ways of the mindless cow, attempt to stick your tongue up your own nose.
My camera's not on, but I assure you I'm attempting to stick my tongue up my nose.
I can't do it.
My cousin could. I can't. My
I
cousin
got
got like a
Simmons
freaking
tongue,
giraffe.
whatever the hell his name is from Kiss.
Can I hawk a loogie instead?
Jesus.
Is that
so? That's the easy part. That was the easy part. Now we get to the hard part. The hard part is I have three questions. 3 questions that you all must answer honestly. Now,
Okay.
the first 2, if you fail to answer them, you must pay the price. For the final one, if you answer incorrectly, you must pay the price. And the
Right.
price, it's just going to be
Oh, God.
No, that's not the price. The price is you showing us how you come, or how anyone comes, or how she comes.
Oh my God.
I have
Oh,
never
no.
had that happen.
Shit! You're getting
Word
married
is
and
here.
never had an orgasm.
Well, round 1. To avoid having to,
I'm a good
trust me,
girl.
we'll dive into that topic full well once the initiation is finished. I will not forget that. But round 1, the first question you must answer: what is the worst, or if you're not convinced it's the worst, or very bad, horrible, everything gone wrong, romantic or sexual encounter?
Oh. Back when I was dating boy I was dating before I was dating Luke, he took me on a date to a Oriental restaurant. And I was eating noodles, those long Vietnamese noodles. And then halfway through, I had to sneeze. So, of course, I just sneeze. That's me. And everything seems fine. And then all of a sudden, I feel something. Like there's something up my nose. So I carefully do this, and I reach up and I pull. And this entire noodle about that long
Oh my God.
comes out of my nose. And
Okay.
he's sitting there staring at me.
Lord have
Everyone else
mercy.
is staring at me. And I'm just sitting there, and I put into a Kleenex and wrap it up and then drop it underneath the table and then pretend like nothing happened.
That's how
But
you do.
I don't think he ever forgot that. I don't think I'll ever forget that. It was
As
so
you should.
embarrassing.
I've
It's
got
one
one.
of
It's not as good as that one, I don't think. It was my first kiss ever. Remember that boy Doug Ray I told you about earlier with the horses? Okay, so I've been digging on Doug Ray sort of kind of for like, a couple of weeks or whatever. He's one of the boys in the church youth group, and every Monday night we have our little prayer group at his cousin's house. And so we go there one night, and I'm like, I had sent him a letter because a few weeks before at a church youth group, like outing, like a camp out night, he had tried to corner me to kiss me, and I'd never kissed anybody over by the bathrooms. And so I literally ducked under his arm and ran away because it was fucking chicken shit. And so I'd written him a little note that said that, I'm kind of into it. So if you want to, sure. So he corners me. We're going for a walk around the pond on his uncle's, his cousins or uncles or whatever's pond or whatever. And I was like, yeah, okay. And I'm still fucking freaking out because I've never kissed anybody before. So he's still following me, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to deroute. I can't do this shit. Like abandon, abort, right? And so I try to go into the barn. So I go into the barn, and he fucking follows me. He follows me into the barn, and he pins me against the boat. There's a fucking fishing rod sticking in my back. And then he spits out a wad of tobacco, jams his tongue in my throat, and bites my lip. And that's the first fucking kiss. So when I say he bit my lip, I mean I fucking had a bleeding lip. All right? And I remember later rubbing my tongue, like bending my tongue in half and rubbing it against itself to try to simulate what it was like to have another tongue in my mouth, because that's what he spit out, a tobacco-ridden wad of tongue and then jammed it into my mouth and bit my fucking, and that was my first fucking kiss. So yeah.
Gosh.
That's
That's interesting. Okay.
All
He
right.
was 15. He was 15 when he spit out that wad of tobacco. Fucking ass.
That is insane. That's really disgusting. I have a story sort of like that, but it's interesting. So it's, I meet this guy at a place I'm working. I worked at the Gaylord Texan, which is a hotel and resort. It's very big.
Gaylord Texan.
Oh my, isn't it cool?
I have a picture out front because I fenced it. I won my only national fencing medal in the convention center at the Gaylord Texan.
That is
out front. of it saying no weapons on the premise when we had a fucking Betsy dorm with swords all over the place.
That's.
I have so many fond memories of the Gaylord Texan and of Grapevine. Oh my god.
Nice oh yeah, I live maybe about 20 minutes from Grapevine. I'm in the DFW Metroplex, and so
Okay, so when the world gets back to normal, we're gonna hang out a bunch because I go referee tournaments in the Dallas area all the time.
Hell yeah, I'd love that. That'd be the best. Damn. But so I meet him where I'm working, and we are both. It's part of like the entertainment part of the job description. I'm what was called an escort. It's not what you think.
Not that kind of escort.
It's if you know those costume characters that you see at Disney, like Minnie Mouse, Goofy. Well, we had DreamWorks, so we had Shrek, Fiona. We also had Poe the panda, and then the lions from like Madagascar or whatever. I can't remember his name, but I met him there, Alex the lion. And so he asked me out on a date, and I agreed. And I was really excited. It was like my first, date. I'm a late bloomer. Everything I've done kind of started late, but I get there eventually. But so we go on the date, and he takes me to Applebee's, and I fucking hate Applebee's, but I was so nervous I didn't tell him that I didn't like Applebee's. He just decided to pick the place, didn't consult me, and we just went. And I ate nasty ass cheese sticks, and then he proceeds to tell me that he's like a vampire. Like, it just full on, just out of the blue, just randomly, like, I'm a vampire, by the way. And I'm like,
does he actually think he was a vampire, or is he one of those weirdos that just drinks blood because they like it?
I don't know, but I mean, I don't know what he was thinking telling me that, because whatever attraction I had for him completely just went, down the shitter. And
so
that was it.
You're not a Twilight fan.
I'll get to that.
Oh.
I'm not a Twilight fan, but I actually, on occasion, do defend Twilight from.
Oh, fuck.
I do. I'll tell you why. Because Twilight, for better or for worse, was its own shit, and it didn't try to be anything else. And everyone on the damn planet likes to use it as like the end-all, be-all example of bad literature. Whenever it's like, that's just an easy target.
No, bad literature is 50 Shades of Grey.
Pause.
That's true.
Because I'm going to jump on this real quick, because Phoebe is 100% right about this. The movies are bullshit. The movies can suck a dick and burn in hell and die. I fucking read the book before it was the thing. No one cared about it. And here's the thing. Prior to Twilight being a craze, being a thing, being a sensation, there is a reason why it became what it was. Because I, as the thinking whatever person that you see before you today, at the age of 15, picked up that book off the shelf and thought, this is something special. I read hundreds of young adult at that point, books and books and books and books and books. And I will tell you that there are some gems that go undiscovered. There are some absolute incredible stories that people just never find for whatever reason. But more often than not, the ones that do, the young adult stories that do dig themselves into the psyche and get made into movies and become these sensations, whatever, are for a reason. And Twilight is no exception. And I'm not ashamed or embarrassed to say that as a teenager who was the intended audience for these books, that they spoke to me on a level. And I don't disagree with some of the criticisms of Stephanie Meyer clearly pushing her own points of view into the books, or them, not having a great message about relationships. But hey, most young adult literature doesn't. And so I agree 100% with Sweet Pea that Twilight is no better or worse in terms of its literary merit than anything else on the shelves next to it on either side.
I agree with that.
Because of what it's become, it's not great. It's not a fucking work of art. It's no Tolkien. But because of what it's become, it gets unfairly shit on as being worse than what it actually is.
Yeah.
The merit it does have gets taken away from it because there's put on it later.
I will say,
there's no shame here. I read Twilight.
I read the Twilight books. They're not that bad.
They're not, as far as they're like, if you want to go for like a mindless trip, then go ahead. But it's fun. I mean, it doesn't pretend to be anything that it's not. It's just a stupid romance novel.
Yeah, exactly. It's a romance novel, right?
It's not like J.K. Rowling trying to come in and change everything else about her story.
You like just hit a soft spot in my thing, right? Like in my gut.
Can we all agree though that Kristen Stewart is literally the human equivalent of a bag of rocks?
She is the worst. She is the worst.
Hold on, guys.
No, Jesse, no.
Kristen Stewart was those things.
That is true. She has gotten a lot better as an actress.
She's Okay, I'll get you that she knows how to make more than one facial expression with her mouth just fucking hanging open. I'll give you that.
Well,
But-
Mary,
Like-
here's a question though. What have you seen her in since the Snow White Huntsman bullshit after she went away from Hollywood?
Nothing.
Fucking what was it? The fucking Charlie's Angels bullshit was I saw it once and I was drunk.
To
So
be fair, Mary, I don't know if you agree with me on this or not. I did not care for that movie, but I did actually surprisingly think Kristen Stewart was the best part of it.
I mean, she wasn't the worst ever.
She was the only actual funny person in that movie.
It wasn't the worst ever. Like it was still surrounded by all that stupid
Toxic masculinity at boner.
I would not. I would look like I'll speak as like a full-fledged bisexual woman here. I would not. You know why? Because I'm fairly confident that her cooter smells of like fucking tilapia.
Did you notice, Mary, though? Did you notice that Kristen Stewart was the mouse?
It smells like a grandmother's closet.
Oh,
There you go.
Oh.
Right? Those old jammies that she wears around.
I'm sure she does. That does. You
The ones with the fringe collar. You know what I'm talking about.
Mhm.
Here's the part where it gets really weird for me, though, because this came up actually because she's playing Princess Di now. It's a whole thing. The photos, the early photos from set look incredible. No question about that. They look incredible. We can take a look at some of those if we want to, but here's the thing. When the first time I started chopping my hair short and being a teenager, my mom always used to tell me, "Oh, you look at Princess Di, you look at Princess Di, you look at Princess Di." So I send her these pictures from the thing, and I'm like, "This is Kristen Stewart as Princess Di. This is what Kristen Stewart looks like now." And my mom's like, "Oh my God, you guys could be twins." And I'm like, "I know, right?" And that's when I realized Kristen Stewart was always this quiet, sad, mousy, whatever.
You're way prettier. You're way prettier than Kristen Stewart.
I agree with that, but Kristen Stewart went away from Hollywood and then rebranded herself and effectively just became me. Look at this shit. Like, I want to be Jesse fucking Milestone. That's who I want to be. So, let me just go get her hair done.
No, you're way prettier than Kristen Stewart.
you are pretty. You are very pretty, Jesse. I will say that.
She looks perpetually
Well,
pissed
look,
off.
well, not only that, look, okay, so setting aside the hair, right? Setting aside the fucking hair for 2 seconds, she's the worst fucking taste in clothing I've ever fucking seen, right? Like, you understand how to rock a fucking t-shirt and pajama bottoms. Kristen Stewart is, like, see, that's what I'm fucking talking about. That's not a fucking shirt, woman. That's a fucking bra and a jacket. No one goes out the house looking like that shit, right? Fuck. God. What even is that?
Like,
That
women's
doesn't even
clothing.
look like a woman.
That is not women's clothing.
women's clothing is a very complicated matter.
Did your grandma buy your shirt? Did your grandma buy your blazer? That's what fucking happened. Your grandma bought your blazer. No, she didn't buy it. She fucking knitted it. That shit got knitted on a Saturday afternoon when you were fucking playing Halo. That shit's not. That's
That's an 80s. That is like an 80s secretary shirt.
Your grandma knitted that shit. Own it.
Listen to
Why?
this shop too many times. I'm gonna take your grandpa's out. I'm gonna take your grandpa's out. No, it's for real. Ask your grandpa, can I have his hand-me-down?
What?
Like-
What? Go
Fuck
ahead.
you.
I'm sorry.
Look at the
Go
picture
ahead.
of her there with her
tasting
hair
close
off
to
to the
it.
side, like the one beside that one. Look at how pretty she actually. No, the other one.
Look,
The other
no,
one
she
going
has
over to the
3D.
side.
Right there.
Look how
Yeah.
pretty she actually used to be.
She used to be. She actually, yeah, but now she has 3D.
See, like right here with these regular with the short
And
hair.
look, her mouth is still fucking hanging open. Fucking all she does is leave her mouth hanging open.
You know what? You know what? This is
The lights
probably
are
why
on,
I
no
feel
one's
the
home.
kinship
That's
to
her
her,
face.
Mary. This is why I feel the kinship because I have resting retard face as well. Okay,
But you can
you guys
pull it
don't
off.
know about
You
me.
can pull it
I
off.
have
No.
resting retard face.
That's the full
Resting
disclosure. I
retard
have
face.
look,
Holy
my
crap.
I have retards in my family. I'm close to retard. You are no retard. Okay.
No, you know what I know?
Oh my
Resting
God.
bitch face, right? Resting bitch face. When you're just resting face, looks like you hate everyone, right? I have active bitch face. I have active I hate you all face. I have resting retard face. My natural expression when I don't think about it is
Yeah.
that's what I
That's me.
mean.
That
But not when you're not when you're not on camera
Yes,
fucking
Mary.
acting.
because I discovered that I have resting retard face the time I went to shoot a music video, and any of the times where I'm playing guitar and not singing, I am playing
Different.
guitar.
No. No, at no point when you're playing a guitar does that count, okay? At no point when you're playing any instrument does that count, all right?
Mary, when you shoot a music video, it becomes a problem.
Okay.
I think Kirsten's just dead inside.
Think a little more about it, but there's a difference. There's a difference when you're playing.
She doesn't have a soul. She doesn't have a soul.
Did anybody else see the movie Soul? Did anybody else see?
I did.
Okay.
A little disappointed.
So you know when you go, oh, that makes me sad. I love that movie. But no, when you go into that place, right? When you get into the Zen realm, right? Where you're in somewhere else and you are not here, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a very big difference between when you enter that Zen realm and you're like playing a guitar, doing whatever it is that is close to your heart that puts you into that place, right? There's a very big difference between that and when you're fucking being paid millions of dollars to be on screen and have your mouth do anything but fucking hang open like a fucking idiot. All right, that shit.
Her eyes are always just staring too. It's like she doesn't blink.
No, she doesn't.
Like just stares.
I do not place being on stream and playing a fucking instrument and going into your fucking Zen realm in the same category as being paid fucking millions of dollars to look like anything other than a fucking retard in one fucking moment when they're fucking rolling the camera. All right, you have one job, not
Yes.
Well, hey, she
I hate to burst all your bubbles, guys, but the initiation is not over yet. There are more questions.
Okay, yeah. I'm sorry. That was my fault for bringing up fucking Twilight.
It is not at all because I
No,
would not have
going off
traded.
on rants is part of this channel. Going off
Exactly.
topic is literally what this
I rant
channel
all the
is.
time.
I would not have traded that Mary rant for the fucking world. So
Oh no, it was great. It was beautiful. I was sitting here going, oh yeah. So after this dude tells me he's a vampire, right? I moved, by the way. I have to plug my phone up. He tells me he's a vampire, and I'm sitting there with like a cheese stick hanging out my mouth with the perpetual retard face, like. And then I'm like, I'm sometimes at that age I was like 20, and so I was kind of I was too young to drink too. So he was drinking, and he drank like a drink, and then that's when he told me. So I guess maybe he's just loose lips, but it wasn't even that strong of a drink because it was like a pina colada.
Nah, he wanted to tell you. He would use that. You don't use that as an excuse. You
all
go.
right then. Yeah. Okay. So he wanted to tell me, and I'm just like, I know that I'm a nerd, but I'm not a fucking freak. Like, but so we decide that he wants to go somewhere for some quiet time, and I'm like, okay. And I'm looking at my phone, and I look up, and we arrive at an abandoned park.
Why would you go there with him? After he told you he was a vampire, why would you go with him there?
Because I was stupid. There was no other excuse for it except for stupidity. This pure stupidity.
Well, dying today.
And so anyway, not to mention I had to pay for my own food, even if it was a date. I'm a little bit of a traditionalist. I wouldn't have minded going Dutch if he just told me, because he didn't actually inform me. And so I had to like scrounge up a bunch of money, and luckily I'd only just gotten like cheese sticks. So that was that. But we go to the park, and we're just sitting there talking, and it actually starts to turn into a good conversation. And then I'm looking at him, and I'm just getting passionately involved with the things in my head. And then all of a sudden he grabs me, he pulls me in, and he just starts sucking face, like hardcore, like tongue down the throat and everything. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'll go with it. Because I mean, like at that point, like I didn't have anywhere to go. I didn't have anywhere to run. There was nowhere. It was an abandoned park. And beyond the park is like the forest.
By the way, guys, that is a thing that goes through a girl's head when you've pulled her into a kiss that she doesn't want. Guess I'll go with it. It happens all the time.
Oh my God, I was telling the story not that long ago. The reason why I trained for Krav Maga is because of the times that has happened. And I've had to go with it because the other alternative is I am not strong enough, protected enough, or in the right situation to be able to stop you if you physically want to go further. That's why I learned Krav Maga. Just fuck that shit.
Luckily, nothing happened. Nothing like no sexual assault or anything like that. But I had like a ring of saliva around my mouth, and I'm just sitting here like I don't understand why guys think that that's so hot just to jam their tongue. You got to build up to the tongue. Like you got to build up to that. You want like some soft kissing, unless you're really horny.
Kissing is an art.
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
but then he like. Mm-hmm. He showed that.
Take notes, gentlemen. You're being given free advice.
No.
Straight. This is always for guys who want to hear this stuff and go like, women bitch about men.
Oh my god.
Guys, the flip side is if you're listening, if you're thinking about it, right? It's exactly that.
Yep.
It's
Slow down. Slow down. Start with a little lip action, right? Bottom and top, bottom and top, bottom and top, right? And then you work your way into
Tongue
the
is
little
getting
tongue.
sore.
Yeah.
Right.
You work your way into that tongue, man. Don't fucking jam that shit down her throat, especially not if you just spit out a lot of tobacco. I am traumatized. Please send funds to my GoFundMe. I am very much needing counsel.
So guys,
send help.
if I were to start a GoFundMe to help me get Jesse up here for my wedding, who would help out?
Everybody, one in the chat if you support sending Jesse to Emily.
If only for the old-fashioned 20s wave shit. The kink bob. Yeah.
Have you seen her wedding dress too? Not her wedding dress, her bride's.
Midriff.
Yeah, I'm wearing the wedding dress, not you.
It's gorgeous. All right, so let me show you this, Mary, since I don't know if you said to see this the other day. And for anyone else who didn't get to see it. Oh, and we have a super chat from Go Big Boy Go Home because of course we do. And where is it? Where's my where's the dress?
By the way, there's a necklace that's going to be on the way to you.
Okay, tight.
The necklace that asks you to be a bridesmaid, but the necklace is what you wear with your dress.
Of course. So here we go. Where we go. There's the what's up. So this is what I'll be wearing. I wasn't gonna show you guys earlier.
What color though? Is it gonna be that color?
Red, yes.
Oh my god, that is lovely.
We're doing a red, white, and silver theme because it's Christmas time when we're getting married. So.
And so Beth, and so then Beth will be wearing this.
Whoa!
That was a $95 thrift store dress.
Girl, I got you on my wedding day when I married John. I straight up spent $75 on my wedding dress. It was the bomb. Hold on, let me see if I can find a fucking picture.
By all means. So excited. Okay, here she's back. Okay, good. Sweepy's back. There we go. Okay.
I don't know what happened. I really don't.
We joined a cult while you were gone. We joined a cult.
Yeah, we joined a cult. There was blood involved. It was crazy.
Speaking of initiative,
okay.
In short, your family is not dead.
All right, so let's do the chats because we do have the second question to go to. Go before going. This is why I should know better than any time ever to try to go toe-to-toe with Sean, because he's my friend in real life and we talk about all these things all the time. I should know better. There are answers like these coming when we try to shut him down about you don't know what pain is. I got hit in the balls at least once a month minimum in judo. Got within 2 minutes sparring 2 times and had to keep going. That's tough enough. So Sean just wants to let us know that he in fact does know what it feels like to get kicked in the balls repeatedly. That's awesome, Sean. So yes, we appreciate you.
I have a question. How many years did you do judo? Because it, like, from the age of 12 and up, is like I'm not trying to make this a contest. I'm not trying to make this a fucking contest.
I think I was actually.
Mary, you cut me off before I finished my point.
I'm sorry.
My point was, we love you, Sean. We appreciate you. We appreciate you that you are a hardcore badass. You 100% at the chop.
Absolutely.
And in almost any situation. Now go have a fucking baby.
But here's the thing. I'm going to play the devil's advocate. We eventually stop having periods, but they're always prone to kicks in the balls.
Okay, yeah, but did they start at the age of 12 and go till the time they were like 50? Because I'm just saying that's a long fucking time span. It's a really long time span, and it goes on for a week every fucking time, right? We're not talking about one kick. We're talking about 5 days a month, every fucking month. For your entire adolescence through adulthood up until you're like roughly 50 years old, right? I love it how guys try to put themselves in a woman's shoes, right? Like I'm not trying to diminish the notion. Okay, so you signed up for judo, right? You signed up for that. You decided to sign a paper and a waiver and whatever, and you said, this is what I want to do. At any point, you could have said, you know what? I don't like being kicked in the balls, and said no more and fucking walked the fuck out. And that would have been fine, and no one would have thought any less of you for it. But for at least 5 days every month, every woman throughout the course of history, for the entirety of history, has said to herself, I want to fucking die for 5 days every fucking month. And I'm not trying to be dramatic here. I'm just saying this is the shit. This is reality. This is what we do. And I'm sorry your judo fucking lesson sucked, but I don't know. If you don't fucking like it, leave. We don't get to do that.
That is a very apt point that I always think is it becomes this false dichotomy and whatnot, and that it's like, you know, and it's always fun. We love, and Sean knows it's all fun, and we know it's all fun, and we all love, you know, the back and forth. We have to deal with this, and you have to deal with this, and I have to deal with this. But at the end of the day, you know, there is that reality, like, and that's honestly what I always come back to too, is the final point where, like, as fun as it is to bicker about this shit, at the end of the day, there is nothing comparable on either side. There is nothing comparable that a woman feels to what a man feels when he gets kicked in the balls, and there's nothing remotely comparable to what a man feels to what a woman goes through when she has her period. Yeah. And if people were more like us and had fun just having these fucking fights,
Right.
the same would probably have these throwdowns about something in Star Wars or anything else where, like, we get heated because it's fun to yell. And that's what I love Sean for. He's Italian. He throws down like this too. He wants to yell and scream and blah, just like me and Mary do. Mm-hmm. And clearly Sweet Pea hangs, Emily hangs. We all like to get riled up. Mm-hmm. And it's not personal. We tone it back down and we're chill.
At the end of the day, I'll fucking have a beer with you. I don't give a shit.
Exactly. And the bottom line is the whole point is we yell and scream about this shit because it's so fucking retarded to actually dick measure over these things. The whole point is, like, yeah, we have our shit and we're always going to do this. And it's fucking fun. It's just what your thoughts are.
I think I'm already like, tipsy.
If straight up,
only had like 3 sips.
If Jesse fucking texted me like 3 hours before shenanigans, I was like, man, I got some cramps. I can't. I'd have been like, oh, girl, I know your pain. And that would have been the end of the conversation, right? Like, I'd have found somebody else, right? Because I know that shit, right? I will never know what it means to be kicked in the balls because I don't have fucking balls. And contrary to the joke that I make on a regular basis about me being a tranny and having had my dick cut off, I've never had a dick. I've never had balls. I don't know what that fucking feels like. I wish I could say I feel your pain. I don't. All I know is once a month, shit sucks.
Okay. So
Roman Medic 76 says Jeff's window thoughts. Are there 2 Kristen Stewarts? How can they say a 12-year-old boy is an attractive woman?
Depends on whether or not you're map.
Right, I know it cut you off.
No, sweet. This is what I hate about YouTube. They won't let you call them what they are.
Pedos?
Oh, of course not.
Yeah. I've got my comments banned for calling them what they are.
Fucking pedos. Yeah. My bad, Jesse. I'm sorry. I'll log it.
Apparently Apple's word suggestion doesn't even recognize the word as an actual word.
No, because you got to bury that shit. It doesn't exist, right? God, that's a real conversation that can't be happening right now.
Right. So next initiation question.
Okay.
First rule from 16-bit mascot. We have Girls Unfiltered trademark. I like that, actually. Cheers, folks. Ram Jam Jammerand.
Oh my God, that name.
I bet you that's what Lucasfilm kicked around for Poe Dameron before they went with fucking Poe. Ram Jam Jammerand.
I understand why Star Wars has the most ludicrous names. Like, some of them I can't even read.
Like, back in the day, it made sense because, you know, fucking aliens and shit, right?
Yeah.
These days, they think because alien is a fucking excuse to come up with retarded names.
But I mean, like, Oola, Salacious Crumb. Like, Salacious Crumb. Salacious Crumb is one of my favorite names in Star Wars because it's both of those things. It's like,
you know what? You should make a shirt with a cookie that looks like him.
Oh, shit.
And these are real bizarre words that look like things. But anyway, before we get too sidetracked, because I do need to initiate you guys before we run out of time to stream tonight, because I don't know, dinner has to happen in my home eventually. Important point. Then we're gonna suck things into a almost more serious bare your soul moment, perhaps.
A cult like.
I know. Oh, the one in the freezer because it's still in the freezer. That makes sense.
Yep, I'm tipsy.
So
everything is spinning.
Oh no!
As always, the Mindless Mob, like all iterations of my.
Don't forget me.
I will not. I'm not even done mine, so I got to fill yours up first. Like all iterations of any group that I have ever become a part of, or led, or formed, or whatever. The Mindless Mob is a group of misfits. Is an island of misfit toys. A group of people who are bonded together over our abilities to communicate with one another and find common ground. Not because we have a million things in common necessarily, although Sweet Pea and my music tastes are pretty much identical.
That's true. That's true.
100% true. Holy shit.
I like to think of us as the 3D spectacles that don't work on your regular TV.
Yeah, great. But exactly that. So the next question for the initiation is, what about you? What is something about you? Maybe it could be one single thing that you did, could be a trait of your personality, something in your life there has been that you have done or put out there or expressed that has gone completely unappreciated or underappreciated for what it was. What was that thing? What is the thing that you feel the most underappreciated for in your life?
Oh shit. Like,
oh, that's heavy.
Do you well, I have a question like in response to that, because like, when you say it's underappreciated, like,
well, I'll give an example. I can give an example if that helps. I feel very underappreciated for my intelligence on YouTube.
Me too. Not on YouTube, but in general, I understand. I know
fully admit I'm dumb.
I love the honesty. So I'm an idiot, but I'll own it. But I understand what you're talking about, Jesse.
But that's part of it for me. I am way smarter than most people who meet me realize, and I'm not going to pull out fucking test scores or numbers or bullshit. I don't even believe in all that. I don't think it matters anyway. But I choose to live my life heart first. That's not because it's not because I can't think or can't rationalize the experiences I have. It's because I feel the world here first, and it comes here second. And the result of that is I get picked up because of my passion. Because my passion, the thing that's most important to me, the thing that to me makes me who I am, that passion and that desire and ability to just want to express and feel all those things at 1,000 miles an hour is the number one thing that makes people look at me and go, oh, you're just stupid because you're just passionate. Oh, you're not thinking through this because you're just emotional. And I'm just for what I bring to the table, for the amount that I've thought through shit, for the thoughts that I've had, and for the level that I understand shit. If I actually sat down one-to-one and talked to some of these people who have written me off as being stupid, I would make them feel fucking moronic when I'm at my fucking drunkest. And they don't understand that or know that at all and treat me a certain way because they're never seen me. And that's frustrating. But when I come to the Mindless Mob, none of that matters. Because the mob is here to appreciate me for what I want to bring to the table, not what they expect from me or who they decided I am. It's not even about thinking I'm as smart or less smart or whatever. It's about no one comes here because, oh, Jesse's the smartest person in the room. We need to hear her take on things. I've been that person in my life. It's great. It gets old. People come here because we have fun. We put on a good show. It's fucking heartfelt. There'll be bleeding hearts on your sleeve and more laughter than you've seen in the night, all in the same goddamn show. That's it. Yeah.
I got something for you, but it's meant to go underappreciated. So I'm not sure if it meets the criteria here. Okay. But it is a general aesthetic of my life. Right. And so the goal is not that it goes underappreciated, but
sorry guys, I gotta lay down.
You good?
You okay?
Yeah. I'm not.
Take another drink. The goal of things that I'm about to discuss right here is that it's not meant to go necessarily underappreciated, but that it is meant to go under the radar because it's not the point, right? Mm-hmm. The point is that sometimes somebody needs something to go under the radar. Sometimes the people that you assist, sometimes the people whose lives you facilitate, they need that to be under the radar because there's a measure of shame that goes in being assisted throughout the course of someone's life. You find yourself in a place where you just can't fucking do it, and so when you ask for help, when you reach out, even in a way that's meant to not necessarily be a blatant reach out for help, but an undercover like, oh, I can't fucking do this. And when someone sees that and responds, you recognize that that is meant to be under the cover, because that person doesn't want to have a face attached to their name. That person doesn't want to have an identity attached to the moment of need, because it's embarrassing and it's shameful and they can't move forward with their life because it's stressful for who they are as a human being. You can't move forward in that moment if someone knows who you are when you've hit your lowest point. And so I recognize that that goes hand in hand with the person who reaches out and meets that demand or that need, right? So I don't expect this to be something that gets acknowledged as that moment that gets under acknowledged. But it is nevertheless something that I pride myself on, something that I appreciate about the legacy that was handed to me by my parents. And there was a moment years ago on an app called Whisper, and it was a place where you were supposed to be able to purge your feelings, a place where you were supposed to be able to spin yourself as a human being, where you were supposed to be able to say what it was that you felt as a person and couldn't extend that with a name because you wanted to hide behind the shame of what it was and who you were in this moment. But you needed it met and seen and acknowledged. And a woman said, I can't feed my daughter. And I don't know what's going to happen after the 31st of this month because I can't give my little girl food. And I saw this on an app that seemed appealing to me because sometimes you just want to purge as a person who can't be seen. And I said to her in a private DM, what can I do to make sure that you and your little girl are deprived of food? And she said, I don't know. What can you do? So give me a few days. We get paid after the 31st, and I'll make sure that we drop it off somewhere you can get to. And I called my mama, and I said, this little girl's going to go without food. And she said, well, let's fix that. So we went to Walmart, and we loaded up a few baskets. We rolled around, and I said, something's missing. There's a little girl who doesn't have what she needs. We're going to have to find something. So we went to the pink section of Walmart where there were fairies and Barbies and all kinds of shit. And I said, God, that's a pretty doll. And she says, we'll put it in your car. I missed the fact that it probably looked a little too much like me, blue eyes and brown hair. And we chucked it in. My mom and dad argued over the benefit of chocolate versus vanilla cupcakes. We went to the line and we realized that the church had a time frame somewhere between 2 and 6 o'clock where the sermons ended. So we chucked what we could into a basket and we stuck everything into a plastic thing with some ice. And I said, meet me here about 4 when no one's around and no one can see you cry. My mama sent me off over there to the parking lot across from the church, and I left it there on the steps. But I watched to make sure no one took it. The brown car pulled up, and she took it. And I never wanted praise or anything for that, but I knew that her little girl wouldn't go hungry. She sent me a picture later that night with her little girl holding the fairy that I got for her. And I think that's something that everybody should do. Live their life given to people without expecting others to notice in a quiet moment between just you and that person, knowing the shame. Because my mom said to me in that parking lot, don't you make that woman cry. Don't you make her look you in the eye when she takes this. And so I didn't. I just stayed across the street and watched it quietly so she could go home and cry in quiet.
Wow. Well, now we're all crying together. So, goddamn.
Wow.
Well, I can't top that.
See, now this is terrible because if these people follow it,
I'm sorry. Sorry.
their punishment feels really, really out of place now if they don't want to follow your story. So.
Sorry.
Okay, it's okay. That was very powerful.
That was incredible, Mary.
Very incredible, very powerful. And you know, I don't even have words, and that's a rare occurrence for me.
Some things should be quiet.
Yeah,
You don't need.
Incredible, Mary. Wow. Shit. It's like that. I don't know if you guys have seen that one smoking the anti-menthol commercial. It's like a spoken word, like a black kid doing a spoken word poem about, menthol, blah, blah, and it's like it's the most perfect, commercialized version of like a spoken word piece and whatnot. And I'm like, God, if people trying to send a message out in the world could speak with half of the heart that Mary just did, the world would be a different place. People, and it really asks the question, that's a huge question, like, what are you fucking people doing wrong? You don't stand up there telling your story, sending your messages, and bearing your souls this way. Real people, when they tell their stories, you see a human being. We don't have that in the world. We have people trying to tell you the story that they think you want to hear to get what they want from you. This is real shit. We don't tell you stories that we think you need to hear. We tell you our stories. And that's so, God, Mary, there's a reason there's a reason that the initiation ritual is happening tonight on the night where I asked you to come on the channel. It's not just me throwing a couple of my other ladies on because I can just do it because it's Mary and whatever. It's all for a reason, and it's who you are. Terminus asks, I read one of your super chats. We'll get to more of them. Don't worry. We are getting the super chats. Don't worry about that. We did read one of them. We will read more. But we're having this wonderful moment of that, I've lost my ability to articulate what it is I'm actually trying to say.
Heart to heart.
But yeah, we're having the fifis. We're like, that's what it is. It's exactly like I said. It's not anyone's story. That's the whole point of this, of the question, of putting this question, burying this question in the middle of a very otherwise silly and fun, ice-breaking type of, hey, let's ask some crazy questions and tell some crazy stories. This is the heart of mindless entertainment, of the Mindless Mob.
Leona's here.
Hi, Fiona. It's good to see you.
This is Leona.
Oh, Leo. Sorry, Leona. My bad.
Yeah, come here, you. Sorry.
But,
Whoa.
yeah, who's cutting onions, man?
This is life with Kat.
And that's the shit, though. But that's the shit of it. Like, it's just real. That's what you get. We don't tell you stories that we think you want to hear. We tell you our stories. And if you're not here for it, then you're not here for it. And that's the whole point. It's like, I don't have to sell you anything, and I don't have to sell you anything, and I don't have to peddle you anything or try to convince you of anything. I'm giving you what's real. Y'all are giving us what's real. People are here for it or not. So with that buffer, Sweet Pea and Emily, which one of you would like to share your underappreciated moment?
If I started, I feel like I just end up in the same sort of bucket of tears, but I feel like it's in that vein, and I feel like it's appropriate. For a long, I have a diagnosed case of, and I'm not trying to be one of those stupid assholes on the internet that say they have PTSD for anything. A boy dumped them, they have PTSD. I went through about 10 years of my life in a prolonged state of trauma because somebody that was very close to me was an addict, an alcoholic, and they would become a monster. And then I would,
sorry guys, Cat butt.
I would be the person that got the brunt end of that. You see the person you love so much, and then they just turn into this person that you don't even recognize. and you look in their eyes and there's nothing there. It's just this shell of a person. Whoever they were was gone. And I got the brunt force of all that anger. And for a long time, you know, about 10 years, it didn't start out all bad, but it just progressively just snowballed downhill and got worse and worse and worse. And, you know, it got to a point where my little sister nearly died. She was in the ICU for about a week and a half, and I was in the hospital with her, sleeping in a chair. Because I didn't want her to be alone, because the person who needed to be there with her the most wasn't there even when she was. And I remember after it was over, and she got home, I remember this person told me that, oh, well, you could be there. Like, you were only there when I couldn't be there. And that wasn't true. I was there the whole fucking time, sleeping in a chair and, you know, hoping to God, you know, like I remember the night she went in the hospital, I remember, you know, laying in bed, and I started begging God. I was like, please, please, like, I can't, like, I'm supposed to go first. I'm the oldest one. I'm supposed to go first. And just screaming at the top of my lungs because I was the only one in the house. And, you know, I woke up the next morning and I got a phone call saying that she had made it through surgery, but she was so sick. Like, she had gone into, you know, renal failure. She was super dehydrated. Like, she was so pale and sick, and she looked like she was going to die. And like, at that time, I'd become so attached to her. You know, like it was an unhealthy attachment, because I had, you know, I had stepped in as a parent. And so to see that, it's like I don't understand, like, why I didn't take her to the fucking hospital when I should have taken her sooner, and I didn't. And when I finally got up and, you know, did everything I needed to do, that, you know, to hear those words, that you were only there when I couldn't be, do you know how fucking horrible that is? To talk about underappreciation, and you're like, Jesus fucking Christ, like, I've done everything that I could. I've tried everything I could. I have been there to the best of my ability with what I could do, and it wasn't good enough. And I hated it, you know. And after that, I didn't even realize that there was anything wrong with me. I didn't realize that what had been going on was affecting me so badly, that the point when I was about 26, I started having the worst nightmares that you could imagine. And waking up in the dead of night and being in cold sweat, panicking, freaking out, thinking that somebody was going to come into my room and kill me. And another thing too was the sleep paralysis. I don't know if anybody's ever experienced sleep paralysis before, but it's one of the most terrifying things that you could ever experience in your fucking life. Because, you know, it feels like there's something in the room with you, like something that's not human.
I've heard that, yeah.
And it, you know, I just had nothing good to say about myself. The self-esteem was just like shot. It was gone. I hated myself. I didn't want to live anymore. I was just, you know, but I finally, you know, couldn't stand it anymore. And even after everything had ended and the person that I loved was back, I needed help. And I did and sought out a therapist, and he sat down with me for about a year, just to sort through all this bullshit that had happened to me, to get it out in the open. And there's stuff that I haven't told you guys yet. It's very personal. I'm not ready to tell, but I'm tell you just a little bit of it. And he sat down for about a year with me. And then finally I was telling him and expressing to him about, you know, I feel like I can't connect with people. I've always had the hardest time, and, you know, this. And I basically essentially told him my life story. And he said, you know, Montana, I think you might have autism. And first I was really angry about that. And I looked at him and I said, I don't want to be a fucking retard.
Mm-hmm.
And he gave me this, sort of like, like annoyed look, like, that's not what it means. It's different. But I took a test. It was like 40-minute test. And it turned out, that I was on the spectrum. And, it made everything in my life just started to make sense at that point. Everything that I'd been through, the lack of communication, and not only that, but the fact that he didn't like diagnose me right off the bat like so many therapists do. Like as soon as you get in there, you just tell them a little bit about you and they'll slap any kind of label on you. He sat down with me for about a year, and I had to do the mental legwork it took to get me to a better place. And then also having, been diagnosed with autism also gave me a sense of empowerment, because now I could finally just embrace, okay, this is, part of me. I'm not going to use it as an excuse for, bad behavior. But it explains like a lot of what was going on. And then, getting through the trauma of what had happened with the drugs and the alcohol abuse and, the molestation, and, it helped. And so I had finally, being underappreciated by a parent, found appreciation with somebody that I didn't hardly even know. And it was said in a little room, in a very quiet, warm, comforting place. And he helped me get through it. And so it's like Mary said, it's these quiet moments that are really what matter, instead of just having the whole world hear it. Even if I'm, talking about this live on camera, but like, I had a lot of shit happen to me, and, I'm so happy that, I've come out on the other side better for it, and stronger for it, and healthier for it mentally. And, that's why I get so angry whenever I see people who will constantly, say how miserable they are in life, and how much, they think they suck at everything, and, just belittle themselves, and that, there's no hope, and that they hate everything, but absolutely do nothing within their power to correct that. And so I have no sympathy for people that do that. And so that's, I guess my underappreciated story. I know it went off in a little bit of a railroad ride, but I'm kind of tipsy, so like.
Dude, that's incredible. This is my favorite stream ever. This is incredible. I'm just sitting here thinking I'm being the asshole asking to play fucking souls, and we're getting. I mean, I'm sitting here in this moment of like, oh God, I asked someone who's never ever been on a live stream before to come on here and like open her heart up, but then my flip side is no, this is everything. This is exactly what I want my brand to be, what I want my channel to be, what I want to bring to the world is people can talk all they fucking, this is the hilarious part to me. And I'm gonna make a video in the next couple of days that says pretty much exactly this. And kind of back to the joke, we were all negging on Kristen Stewart earlier, my joke about how like, oh, she just went out to try to become
We lost her.
yes, that was Lando again, Greg Kirby. Jesse just likes to make people cry. Sweet Pea, I know she's having a little in and out issue with the internet. I'm sure she'll be here we are. We got her. She'll be back in. There we go. But this shit, this bare your soul. Don't like fucking, it's hilarious. I was talking about this earlier with Jeff today. I'm like, it's kind of funny to be looking at the world and going, I feel like social justice warriors, like, I know it's not what happened, but it low-key feels like all the kids in my college went, well, we hate Jessie because she's not woke like we are, but you know what? We really like her style. And we wish we could be more like her because she doesn't care about the things we care about. And we wish we could just not care about things too. And they all just copied me and then went and brought fucking social justice bullshit into the world with my style and then spread that shit around. And like literally every social justice warrior in the world is out there trying to copy my style and be me.
But I think that means
that
What's hilarious though is you can spot a social justice warrior from a mile away, half the time based solely on their appearance.
the crazy part about this is that they expect it to be like no one else could experience these human moments. No one else. They I truly believe this. I think that they truly believe that no one else has experienced these human moments from person to person. For these moments where you sort out where it is.
It's worse than that, though. These people haven't even experienced those moments. they have read the books about them and seen the chick flicks about them and
Mm-hmm.
gone to lived their privileged lives in their privileged bubbles, wanting and desperately hoping to have those experiences and not having them.
Yeah.
You know what a human moment is? And here's the thing. You know why my mom and my dad and I all did what it was that we did for that woman that we didn't know her fucking name, and we didn't know her daughter's name, and we didn't know exactly what it was they were struggling through, but we didn't fucking care because they needed us, right? You know why? Because we'd experienced that moment ourselves. Because growing up as a little girl, I knew what it meant to be a child with fucking nothing. And I mean fucking nothing. My grandma, my granny specifically, gave me a fucking Nintendo one year when I didn't have electricity. Okay, those moments when you're a human being, when every want that you have is so much far beyond every want around the kids all around you, right? They don't understand those moments where you're begging to not be fucking huddled on a couch with your brother and your sister next to a kerosene heater with a blanket blocking off the rest of your house because you're fucking cold and you're gonna fucking die if your parents don't do the bare minimum shit to keep you alive. They don't understand that shit. They understand what someone else said at some other point in time and something that feels like it's powerful and resonant in that moment, but they've never experienced it for them fucking selves. You know what means to give to someone else? It means something when you've experienced the need for something for yourself. When you give it out into the world because you yourself needed something at one point in your life and someone said, I will give. And so you said to yourself in that moment when you could give, I will give. And you move that forward in your life because you've seen it and you felt it and you stressed it and you experienced it for yourself. That's pathetic when someone else tries to mimic that reaction to the real world.
Absolutely.
The real world is when you've begged, borrowed, plead, and got on your knees to God or whatever entity it could that could hear you. And you said, please do something for my child that will feel nothing this holiday season, that will hear nothing this holiday season, but the reply to a beg and a want for their deepest sorrows. When they know nothing of that, but they pretend and they placate and they get on their knees and they act as though they felt it for themselves. No, the reality is when you have lived it for yourself and you put it back out into the world because you saw what it looked like and you felt it for yourself and you said, I can never let another person suffer this. And so you turned around and you said, that woman who gave to me when I was on my knees, I don't ever want that out there again. And so I'll stop it with everything that I have. That's reality.
Fucking you hit the nail on the goddamn head. Those people, they don't need and they don't give. They don't know what it means to need and they don't know what it means to give. And goddamn, Sweepy, you mute yourself. Unmute yourself.
We can't do it for you.
I don't know what's going on. I'm so sorry. I think it's my jack. I'm using my phone. I would use my laptop, but right now the fan is trying to die, and it sounds like a duck. So y'all be hearing like a lot. But what I was gonna say was like, yeah, they don't know, like they want to know, they want to have this because they kind of lack, it's almost like an as if personality, and they'll take and pick anything that they can.
They're addicted to the high of like protesting and stuff like that, and there is such a thing as being addicted to outrage. They feel like they're being virtuous, they're being, because they like that feeling, and they likely weren't given a lot of love as a child. That's what I've noticed. They probably come from very broken families. And the feeling of just having that attention is what they mistake for actual, what word am I looking for?
You know, the truth of it is I feel sorry for anyone who never wanted in their life, because those wants pass, right? You live in those moments and you say to yourself, God, how am I going to get through this? And you cry and you beg and you fight and you struggle, and then you come through them. And you land out the other side. For the people who don't know what it is to be on the side of struggle, I feel sorry for those people because they don't know what it means to put up a genuine fight, to bare your fists to the world and say, you can't fucking take me down, no matter how hard you try, because they don't know what a fire inside truly feels like. You want to mimic it.
Yeah.
You want to imitate it, but you don't understand it when it's you against everything that wants to destroy you. You wish you could understand that, but that's a fire that lives in you forever. And I understand the desire to mimic it, but you're doing it in the wrong way because you've never bothered to take the time to step aside and look at people who have truly fought and understand what it is that they fight for.
Damn straight. So, Emily, with that burden on your shoulders, what in your life do you feel unappreciated for or taken for granted about?
To be perfectly honest, I don't know. I don't pay a whole lot of attention to what goes on, and I've always been a person that really doesn't care whether people appreciate me or not. I've always been someone that keeps myself. I'm basically a basement hermit.
That's fair, though.
That's
honest.
That's where I live, in the basement with my cats. But this little girl, we found her in Fish Creek.
Oh.
You think that cat doesn't appreciate you?
Oh, she does appreciate me. Fiona, not so much. Ever since I brought home the kitten, she thinks I'm Satan now. She's like, you brought that little demon into my home, and now you won't give me as much love as you used to. I hate you. You won't come near me.
That's how Linda was at first with the littles, but
she sees the other cat.
But see, that's honesty and that's reality, and I can appreciate that.
I actually appreciate that more than
She sees the other cat.
Because like that's its own level of honesty too. Like there's some levels of like there's some people who are gonna say I haven't been. There are other people who are gonna say I haven't been because I haven't put myself in those situations. And you bring your cats to the table and your smile and your everything else, and maybe you'll be lucky. Maybe you won't ever have to feel unappreciated.
Dude, and I appreciate
feel
that.
unappreciated by my dad, but that's mostly because I try to talk to him about things he doesn't care about. Like costumes and things like that.
Here we go. See, now I'm gonna dive in because I know, right? Because that's something that you deal with.
Like I don't care about costumes. Talk to me about chainsaws or something.
That's my dad. My dad's a freaking hillbilly for sure.
And I love him to pieces.
Oh yeah.
But God, sometimes
when you talk to him a little bit more.
Dude, I grew up as a fencer. My parents didn't know jack shit about fencing. My dad would ask me, you would be like, why didn't you just parry against that person? I'm like, because it's not that fucking easy, Dad. Sometimes like that, people also will undercut that. Like I've been digging through some of the shit myself the past, couple of months of like, you really don't realize how much that like people, it's become a cliche of, well, my parents did this or my dad did this or whoever did this. Like, yeah, it's a cliche and whatever, but there's a reason because the things our parents do are so formative. I never even realized how traumatizing it was to me that my parents had been on board with my sister and the stuff that she does in a way that they weren't with me. And it wasn't because they didn't believe in me. It was because they saw me as more capable. So they thought they needed to support my little sister more. And that was probably correct.
And that's the thing. The older child has all the expectations placed upon them.
I'm an older child. I absolutely know exactly what you are.
And that's the thing. Like, the older child is expected to be the example for the family.
I'm a middle child.
I think you can do everything yourself.
I'm a middle child too. I'm a middle child too. There's all of that support behind the older child, right? There's all of that. We trust you. We have full faith in you. You're the old, and I truly believe it's because it boils down to that older child having been the mentor and having been the first. And so they've lived and experienced everything first. And so you look at that one as capable, right? And so you have full faith, right? You support because that one is the one that went above and beyond before anyone else could ever do above and beyond, right? And so that middle child, and look, I'm speaking from a middle child perspective here. Weirdly enough, as a twin who has the youngest child, literally 16 minutes younger than me, but it still fucking applies because they did the same fucking shit. All right. So that older child is still the one who has full confidence, and that younger one is the one who has full fucking support, and that middle one is still somewhere left in between, left without that full confidence and without that full support. And so somehow you feel as though you've not necessarily been abandoned, but discarded nonetheless. You will do what you will do, and we'll smile and wave, but not necessarily support.
I find that it sometimes depends even on the size of the family.
Oh, sure.
The bigger the family, often the younger child gets ignored.
That's also very, very true, actually.
When it's a really large family, because the older ones are the ones that can, they can work sooner. Whereas the younger child doesn't really contribute a whole lot to the family at the time, especially in poorer places.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. My sister contributed by fucking leaving.
My thing I was explaining to Jeff earlier was earlier this week. What I was explaining to Jeff was Jeff wants to. We have a really great relationship where we always want to make sure the other person feels appreciated and included. Jeff's way of doing that is he has opinions on things, day-to-day things like what he wants to do, what he wants to eat, these things, and he knows that he's opinionated. So in order to include me, he'll ask, well, okay, let's think about lunch. What do you want to eat? Let's think about, okay, we're kind of done watching this show or watching that thing. What do you want to do next? And he did this as a way to include me. And what I finally was able to articulate to him was, if you have an opinion, just tell me what you want to do. And if I'm cool with it, we'll do it. If I'm not, I'll tell you. Because decision-making, right? It's time to go out to eat. We went out to eat like roughly once a week as a family growing up. And the kind of rule of thumb was we rotate through which kid gets to pick the place. So it's my brother's turn, John's turn to pick, it's Jesse's turn to pick, it's Jackie's turn to pick. Cool. Now, I almost always wanted Chinese food because that was my favorite restaurant. It was the one place I wanted to eat from, all this stuff and whatever. And I had a couple other favorites that were my go-tos. Now, for whatever reason, and I think it's just fucking middle child syndrome, and maybe it was just that I was always in the mood for Chinese and my family wasn't always. For whatever reason, the way it shook down was whenever it was Jesse's turn to pick the restaurant, 9 times out of 10, all right, Jesse, it's your turn to pick. Where do you want to eat? Jesse picks the restaurant. Jackie says why she doesn't want to eat there. John says why he'd rather eat somewhere else. My mom's not really in the mood. My dad's not really in the mood. So everyone tells me why we're not going to eat there, why we can't, it's just not right. We'll pick somewhere else. So basically, it was the whole joke of, all right, Jesse, it's your turn to pick. You pick. No, we don't want to do that. Pick something else. No, we don't want to do that. Pick something else. So it was like, well, what the fuck is this choice for? Or, every time someone asks me, hey, Jesse, it's your turn to pick, I go, it is? Really? You promise? Yeah? Really? Are you sure?
I did not notice that.
Wait, when I pick, you're not going to tell me what? So I've just grown to the point where I'm like, if I don't have a strong preference, I refuse to make the decision. I will make you make the decision because I won't fucking do it. I ain't going to fall into that fucking trap. It's fucking bullshit, but it is what it is. All right. We do have one final initiation question.
I do apologize for the cat butt, by the way.
No, that was the cutest thing.
I love the cat
We do apologize for cat butts. Everyone say, Cass and Dad say, attention if you have not found Sweet Pea Heart, look it up. She's on
Instagram. I'm on Instagram.
I still have vodka to drink, man. I'm not nearly drunk enough.
So let me run through our super chat so we can get a little more schmammered, and then we'll do the last question.
Let's do it.
Ron Medic.
I think I'm good.
Ron Medic. I think you are too, Emily. Ron Medic 76 wanted to submit his entrance into the Pain Olympics. And he says, I took shrapnel through my scrotum in Afghanistan. Does that count? Holy shit, dude. If that's true, Medic, yes, you win.
That
you win, man.
Horrible.
It gets a shot from me.
Also, thank you for your service. Unless, of course, you were actually like
unless you're playing with grenades.
But thank you for your service, Ron Medic. And that fucking you win. Trace XL says, okay, fellas, have you ever had the bends? If so, imagine that centered in your gut for hours. I'm told that's something like what a period feels like. Huh, Trace XL. I've never had that. But
you'll be on with Trace this weekend, Jesse. Trace is the shit.
all right, tight. I'm excited. If Trace is now, I have to ask Trace
What about
about
people that suffer from chronic migraines?
Oh,
Yeah, but you know migraines aren't the same as fucking periods. They're two
that's
fucking
like a
different
universally
Actually, to me, they're
horrible.
worse.
I would say it's like if you had I would say like having had like 1 or 2 migraines in my entire life, I would say like imagine what a migraine is like in your head, put that in your uterus or in that area in your abdomen.
Yeah.
That's about comparable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like a cramp in your fucking soul instead of your fucking brain.
Exactly. Jay Hando forces, have a good night, ladies. Stay tipsy. Oh, we'll get well beyond that.
Right?
So now I fucking know why fucking Terminus S has been fucking saying, hey, have you guys been reading the super chats? Because all of the rest of them are from fucking Terminus S. And I'm going to read
Terminus is a beast, though. Terminus is a beast. I love that guy.
I have the most untamable hair I've ever seen.
Girl, you have fun. You have good hair. Don't even worry about it. My hair, I understand.
This is unwashed hair. I forgot to wash it last night because I was too tired. I stayed up watching memes. And
Hold on 1 second.
And then finally, when it was like 4 o'clock, I was like, nah, it's too late to take a shower, and just went to bed.
You guys get to spend the next like 20 seconds. No, you guys spend the next 2 minutes talking about the trials of having long hair while I go to the bathroom.
Okay. Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. No, because so I have curly hair, right?
That's
and it is such extraordinarily wavy hair, right? So it's that battle somewhere between like putting gel / mousse / hairspray all up in your hair to try and get it to curl properly, or fucking straightening it. If you don't do one of those two things, right, which is making it do the proper curly, wavy, pretty pearl thing, right, or straightening it, then you have what is called the frizz, right?
Yes, I understand that completely. I don't brush my hair because if I run a brush through it, it's going to be a big blonde fro.
Nope. And 3 days. Like day 3 hair is where you start to where you fucking wash it, right?
Yeah, day 3 or day 4.
Yeah,
that doesn't work for me, and this is where I'm stuck with my hair. It is so thin that by day, like it's oily within a day, but it's so thin I can't put it up in a ponytail because it just looks weird. I can't do a whole lot with it because while it's long, I don't have a whole lot.
You need a thickener is what you need. You need a thickener, and you need to go, well, because your hair is thin, right? You need to do the whole every other day thing, right? Which is where you let it allow to get itself some, because too much moisture is a problem for you, right? Oh moisture is incredibly important to girls with that thick, bouncy, curly hair, because our shit goes fucking frizzy when it gets dried or wet or fucking wet.
Yeah.
See this? I have a cowlick.
Or if you straighten it and it doesn't stay straight for like an hour, and then all of a sudden you start seeing the curls come back.
Stay out of the rain. Stay out of the humidity.
You see the little piece of hair here? That will not stay flat. That's a cowlick in the back of my head.
No, girl, then you flatten that piece. Flatten that piece. Flatten the piece, mama. Flatten that piece. No, don't let that argue with you. Don't let it argue with you. You flatten that piece. All right?
Do the best I can.
All right. Terminus says, guys, if you are still drinking, get fucking ready because
I'm ready.
Terminus says, if I were an old man and I get kicked in the nads, I'd be getting all crotchety.
Crotchety.
Wow.
I know, Jesse, I know you hate puns, but can I tell you this joke?
Wait.
There was once a mother potato with 3 daughters. One day, the oldest daughter comes home and says, Mom, I'm getting married. And the mother says, oh, that's wonderful. What kind of potato are you marrying? And the daughter says, an Idaho. Oh, the Idaho is a very nice potato, said the mother happily. Another day comes the other daughter home. And she says, hey, Mom, I have great news. I'm getting married. He said, what kind of potato are you marrying? I'm marrying a russet. Oh, the russet is a very fine potato, says the mother. Then home comes the third daughter one day. And she says, Mother, I'm getting married. And the mother's like, oh, that's wonderful. What kind of potato are you marrying? I'm marrying Dan Rather, says the daughter. Dan Rather, said the mother, but he's just a commentator.
A commentator. Ah, ha, ha, ha.
Oh, I'm with it. You fucking kicked her out.
Fucking, that's fucking happened. Fucking booted.
He's a commentator. Hold on, this is Andrew 24/7. Jesse, seriously, that is Andrew. What she just did, Andrew 24.
That joke just stuck with me. I heard it I think it was 13 years ago. It just stuck.
That's amazing.
Okay. All right, I hear your joke, and I raise
Poor
you.
Jesse.
And I raise you. So, an ash tree and an oak tree
Oh, fuck.
grow in a forest, higher and higher and higher. And one day they look down. They've been friends for many, many years. And one day they look down, and they see a small sapling grow up in between them. And they go, well, the oak tree is first to say, I've dropped many mighty acorns over my years. Clearly, this is the son of an oak right here. The ash tree goes, no, excuse me. I'm very prolific in my seeding. This right here is the son of an ash. And so they go on, bickering back and forth for, I don't know, millennia. They're fucking trees. Who cares? As this little sapling grows up and up in their wake over, is this the son of an ash or is it the son of an oak? Son of an ash? Son of an oak. I don't know. They go on and fucking on.
Is it a son of a birch?
Ah!
It's a son of a beach, but whatever, Emily. It's a son of a beach.
I don't know.
you.
It just got in my head. It's a son of
Fuck
a
you, Emily.
Wrong
Reading
one,
more
Jesse,
stupid
wrong
stuff
one.
now. Terminus S says, if all you ladies started telling the stories about that time of the month, this stream has officially turned into a period piece.
Oh! I love it. Terminus is amazing. He's not wrong.
My bad. I don't know what the hell.
All right, and we have one more, I believe, from him.
Where would you find the legless dog?
I don't know.
Exactly where you left him.
What do you call a black man that flies a plane?
I'm sorry. What?
A pilot, you racist bastard.
You know, there's someone out there that'll think you're serious.
They probably
Okay.
will.
I want to tell you.
I-
I want to tell you my favorite 2 jokes in a row, but first preface this by explaining that I was on a Zoom birthday party over the weekend, and an 8-year-old told me these jokes first, and I got excited because they are my favorite jokes, or 2 of my favorite jokes, and an 8-year-old told them to me. So this 8-year-old's mom is doing something right. Why did Sally fall off of the swing?
Why?
Because she didn't have any arms. Part 2. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Not Sally.
Oh!
Oh,
The dad jokes are real tonight.
Oh my
I love
shit.
it.
But it's a dad joke that's also a horrible joke. All right, you want to know my most horrible joke?
Please.
What did the kid with no arms and no legs get for Christmas?
Sally?
Oh God, what?
Cancer.
what?
Oh! Fuck! Fuck, Jesse!
Oh, Jesse, I found the neatest little tumbler. I'm gonna send you. It's got a dinosaur on it with a wine glass that says Winosaur.
Yes.
I'm gonna get you that and send it.
I fucking love it, especially because the subject of the email I wrote you guys was "Tonight We Wine in Hell." So
I'm actually crying over here.
Terminus S over the cancer joke or the other ones, or Sally. What?
Catatonic.
Oh my God! Give your cat some tonic water, and it'll be catatonic.
It's true.
If a man
It's
is
true.
talking here, if a man is talking himself in the middle of the forest, no one around to hear him, is he still wrong?
Mm.
No, he's just a man.
Yes.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, you guys in the chat. I just had to. I'm just reciting things that I've heard.
Can we please highlight Andrew's last message?
Yes. As soon as we read this last one from Terminus S, which says, if Jeff was a chick, Jesse will be eating out more.
Oh my God.
I feel like Jeff would appreciate that one. Jeff.
I appreciate that one. As a bi woman, I fully appreciate that.
No.
Oh, shit. So if you highlight Andrew's last message, you will know what I deal with on an all the time regular fucking basis.
I remember seeing there were children's there were things they gave to children, and they would give them half a proverb, and then they had to fill in the other half. And you know the saying, better late than never, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this kid put better late than pregnant.
Pregnant!
I'm just thinking,
Yes! I love that you've seen it. That one,
or the one that asked them what is hard water, and the kid put ice, and I'm thinking he's not wrong.
Dude, my favorite one from that list was there are none so blind as Stevie Wonder.
Helen Keller.
I said,
Or you can lay the horse in water, and the kid put, but how?
Oh shit!
Little philosopher there.
Are you guys ready for the final question for the initiation?
Yes.
School?
Yes. I'm sorry I fucked everything up with getting super cereal.
Why are you fucking nothing up? Everything is great. The final question though is more persnickety than the other ones, and let's see if we can get back in here in a minute so we can explain to her how this question works. Because
you let everybody else go first.
Well, unlike the other questions, this question has right and wrong answers. Here we are. So this final question, for the Mindless Mob official initiation, has many potential right answers. So let me ask the question first. The question. No, I'll preface. I'll give you the spiel first.
Okay.
So the spiel is that this question I'm about to ask you, like the spelling of the word Hanukkah, has many, many right answers. It also has many, many wrong answers. Bird, for example. Bird, B-I-R-D, would be an incorrect way to spell Hanukkah. And so like that, this question has many, many answers that one could consider right and acceptable. Like all the variations of K's and H's and C's or not that you throw into the spelling of Hanukkah. That said, there are some definitively wrong answers to this question.
So cancer's not right. Got it.
It's not necessarily true. Cancer could be an active, as fucked up as it is.
Depends on who you're talking to, right?
As fucked up as it is, think about, hear what I'm about to say, and remember this when I ask you the question, because cancer actually could be the correct explanation for your answer. So the question is, and think about this carefully before answering, if you had to kill a member of the Mindless Mob, who would it be and why?
Oh shit.
Does this include people in the chat?
Okay, so I have a question.
Many right answers to this question.
How do we
wrong answers to this question?
How do we quantify a member of the Mindless Mob? Is a good question, I think.
Oh, that is an excellent question. Anybody you see in the chat here tonight is eligible for murder. Anybody that you know I am friends with or have streamed with is eligible for murder.
Okay.
Anna, because she'd only count as half a person.
What? No! No! I am wholeheartedly against this answer. I cannot sanction this.
No, okay. Emily, you gave a great answer because you sprung the trap a little bit. Because the truth is, the trick of this question is that the answer is not necessarily the thing that is right or wrong, but the explanation. And so your answer very easily could have been wrong, because obviously Anna is my real-life best friend. But because of your explanation, your answer is 100% officially correct. You have answered all three questions and said the pledge. Emily, you are the first initiated member of the Mindless Mob.
Oh, shit. Really? Really? I do not here for fucking 2 years.
Well, answer the fucking question, Mary.
I'm sorry. I can't sanction killing Anna. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, because Emily already took the only valid reason.
All right. Darius Munchausen, because he's the first name I saw in chat, and fuck you, motherfucker. So,
Mary, that's a terrible reason for murdering one of my fucking
I'm
followers.
pretty sure he sells weed to cats. He's a fucking horrible guy.
Are you just
All
fucking-
the
poor
things
Darius.
lead to
Poor
cats.
Darius.
fucking live? Are you just fucking slandering my listeners now, Mary?
Oh. 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 Oh, God. Oh. Yes. 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 Yes.
So that is the sign that we have rejected your answer.
Really? Really?
Yeah. Your logic is flawed. That is a terrible reason for executing one of my listeners.
I'm gonna have a great answer. Let Sweet Pea go, and I'll think about my shit.
Oh, I'm still
Oh,
trying to
Mary, that's not how
goddamn
this
thing.
shit works.
Like,
Mary, that's not how this shit works. Mary, you got to give us your own noise.
All right, hold up. I got it. All right, Jeremy Griggs. All right.
Yes.
You
Here we
took
go.
mine. You took. I was gonna say Jeremy too.
I reject him, and here is why. Because for the last 2.5, 3 years, he has marauded and exemplified himself as someone with a giant peen. But here's the problem. I know that to be untrue because I, in fact, burned his peen live on air in front of massive amounts of people in Minecraft. All right. We built him as a straw man, if you will. All right. And we burnt him, and the peen was actually very small. All right. It was in fact something about the quarter size of a green bean. And we burnt it. And the problem is we were able to burn literally everything super quickly on stream, except for his fucking head. Not the head of the peen, but his actual fucking head. It wouldn't fucking burn because the guy has a giant, enormous head. Not a penis, but I mean, he thinks he's massive, and also his head.
Let me get this straight. You're murdering Jeremy.
Yeah, no.
Minecraft
We burned
effigy.
We burned him. Yeah.
Wouldn't burn fast enough.
No, but his peen burned really quick.
Right.
That was because it was so small.
Let me rephrase. Because your Minecraft tiny peen Jeremy effigy had a head that wouldn't burn fast enough.
Yeah.
That's why you feel the need to execute Jeremy Griggs.
And Jeremy is clearly a liar.
Yeah.
And,
Pause. I'm just contemplating the information you've given, and I'm issuing a verdict. And that verdict is 100% fair. This is an excellent reason to want to murder Jeremy.
yeah, no, he's a liar. His peen is super small.
I'm not even worried about that. I'm more worried about the fact that your effigy wouldn't burn fast enough. That is
The effigy, everything burned, but his fucking
his big goddamn dumb head wouldn't burn fast. I feel like that's time for execution.
the only thing that wouldn't burn.
Yeah. Now here's a question. Did your effigy have unnecessarily long arms?
No. They were completely within proportion.
Jeremy has gorilla arms in real life.
Well, within real life, within real life, they may be like gorilla arms, but we were trying to be sweet, right?
In this world, if you ever draw Jeremy, draw him
I
with
think if you were to ask a man, they'd rather have they'd rather have big arms than a small penis.
No, I mean we were trying to be kind, right? Like we were.
Well, that's not
trying to be
kind. Giving him a tiny penis.
Well, but we were trying to be kind in regards to. We weren't trying to portray him as a freak, realistically within the realms of possibility on the penis. But we weren't gonna fucking give him long arms, we're not monsters.
Dude.
And so
Can we talk about how Rokins is on fucking fire tonight? Not a microscope could detect it, but the whole internet felt it. F in the chat for Jeremy.
Speak for yourself. I didn't feel shit.
Fuck. That
I would just want to say I love you, Anna. You're wonderful. I was just trying to come up with the best possible answer.
I'm just gonna F in the chat for Jeremy's not less than impressive peen.
But for real, I did burn him penis first on Minecraft.
Wow.
You're born in the wrong century, Mary. You should have been born in the Middle Ages when that was appropriate.
I agree. I agree.
All right, Sweet Pea, it's down to you. And this is the
oh my God. Okay.
So
Well,
you have to murder somebody, and you have to have a very
murder somebody. I'd probably murder.
Don't say my boyfriend. We'll still be friends when this is over, as long as you don't.
You
say
can have my boyfriend.
Oh no!
Oh,
no,
shit.
I'm trying to think.
So you know what?
Damn.
You know what? I'm muting everyone else.
Okay.
You gotta be quiet.
Okay.
Sweet Pea, this is all you.
Oh Jesus. Okay.
No pee
So
right
if
now.
I were to murder anybody
In the Mindless Mob.
in the Mindless Mob, okay, so not a part of the Fandom Menace, but in the Mindless Mob. All right. If I were gonna murder anybody in the Mindless Mob, it would probably have to be Greg Kirby because he's from Canada and pretends he's Hank Hill from Texas. Sorry,
Fuck
Greg
yeah.
Kirby.
Fuck
You're
it.
not from Texas, no matter how much you want to be. You're not even from United States. You can't be a Texan.
Fuck it.
You can't be a Texan. I'm sorry.
I love Greg Kirby.
I do too. I love Greg Kirby.
I'm
What?
considering inviting Greg to our wedding too.
That SmackDown was so fucking beautiful on every fucking level.
He does appear a lot in chat. That's fair.
You guys,
Greg Kirby, no shade.
Not
No
only
tea, no
is he not
shade. I
from
was just playing with
Texas,
you, man.
but from Canada. He's from probably the worst part of Canada. He's from Toronto.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Which makes it even worse.
fucking shit.
Greg Kirby, you are not King. You are not Hank Hill. You're not from
That's
Texas.
I love you,
Canadian.
Greg.
That's a Canadian saying that, right?
I'm
That's
a
a Canadian
Canadian.
saying that.
Okay, so
She's
there
from
you go.
Alberta. She's okay though.
Toronto is horrible. It is the worst shithole next to Montreal.
Yeah, that's fucking gospel.
No, Greg Kirby, that's the whole point. The whole point is that you got your Hank Hill icon and you talk like you could be a Texan or some shit like that, but you ain't no
Big
Texan. You just frontin'. We love you, Greg Kirby. All love, but
Yeah, you poser. You're not from
you are an
Texas.
idiot.
You're not from the great state of Texas.
I guess
Texas.
Oh my god.
Good old Texas.
So Emily, you mentioned Saskatchewan earlier, but I want to know, in Saskatchewan, is there the Farm to Saskatchewan bistro that features homegrown muck cabbages on the roof, as well as bartenders who dress like old pimps with shitty little mustaches and suspenders?
I know nothing about Saskatchewan, and neither do most Canadians.
do they have time to help grow anything? I thought that Canada lived in perpetual snow.
Saskatchewan is the province everyone forgets exists. Even Canadians.
We have
They are the equivalent of Nebraska in the United States. Everyone forgets they exist.
Yeah, that's okay. That's a great comparison because I know, and now I know exactly what you mean. So here's the thing. We have one far past. My shows are supposed to be like 90 minutes to 2 hours now. We're at like almost 3.5. So it is Mad Libs fucking o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my god, I've been waiting for this.
I'm here.
Time. So here's what we're gonna do tonight because it actually works out really, really well. That we had a bunch of chat suggestions earlier, and it's a shorter one in terms of the words that I have to take. So I'm just gonna rotate it with the three of you guys.
I have no fucking memory of how to play this game, so you're gonna have to walk me through it.
All I'm gonna do is ask you for a part of speech. You're just gonna give it to me. So Mary, it's actually gonna be perfect because you have a part of the body first. So just give me a part of the body.
A part of the body?
Yep.
All right. The back of the knee. What the fuck that's called?
Yeah, I have no idea, but I like it. Perfect. And so that's going to bring us to swipe pay. You got a verb.
What now? Again? Say it again?
Verb. You have a verb.
Retarding. I don't know. It's a Mindless Mob thing. Got to add the word in retarding.
I love you for that. And I love. See, this is why this is great. I will never ever have to participate in the Mad Libs if you are participating because you'll just give all the words that I would give.
I know how to say all the shitty words.
No, you say all the awesome words.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. I was just like, my brain likes to stop whenever I'm put on the spot sometimes. I'm like,
oh, same.
I call it getting derailed.
Mine's blanks.
But sometimes the shit you throw out in those moments is the best stuff. So on that note, Emily, you have a type of food.
Devil
type of food. Something a little bit Something a little bit strange. Actually, it's Poutine Week. Poutine.
Oh,
It's literally a Poutine Week in Canada, and it is awesome.
That's phenomenal. That is phenomenal. All right, Mary, back to you and an adjective.
an adjective. Fetching.
That ain't fetching. I love that word. It's like a good solid. It's one of those ones that like feels very British, but also is like acceptably American. You know?
There we go.
So fetching. All right. Well, Sweet Pea needs to come back because she is an adjective. But Beth, you get a place. Any place, real.
Can it be real or fake? Can it be?
It can't be fake. Fake is totally acceptable.
Okay, real. Honolulu.
Oh, perfect.
All right.
I was actually I think 17 when I found Honolulu was a real place.
I just texted my beau and said I still want to get freaky later.
Honolulu does not sound like a real place.
Cucamonga was like a funny word that my friend and I used to say to each other. Like it had a place in our language, our childhood language.
What's the other one? That other one that's a real place. It does not sound like it's a real place.
What does?
It's something very similar to that, but it's
Rancho Cucamonga doesn't sound like a real place to me. But Rancho Cucamonga is. So
there's another one too. That's a little bit
Bora Bora. That doesn't sound like a real fucking place.
No, it's long like Cucamonga.
Acapulco is one that sounds made up to me. Fucking Acapulco. Sweet Pea, you have a type of liquid.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so how about placenta?
Oh shit.
Placenta. Fucked up. So we're actually in the right order here because blah 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 blah. And so then Emily, you have an adjective, right? Yes.
That is again. I'm sorry, my mind is gone.
Describing a noun, describing a thing.
Fluctuating.
Oh, all right.
That's a good word.
Very good word. All right, and final three. See, we're out of this. So I was like, we're just gonna do you guys. We're running out of the final three already. Mary, an occupation, plural.
An occupation. Service waste manager.
Oh, that's a job.
Say that whole thing again for me.
Hold on. A waste service manager. I feel like is a little more in line with what reality would
be. Waste service
manager.
So people who have to deal with the removal of your waste.
Yeah, like fucking sewer people.
The septic, the people that drain the septic tanks. God.
Exactly. Essentially, the person who comes and takes your poop tank away.
Exactly.
All right.
Santa Claus. I'm sorry.
Man, Santa Claus is a fucking B&E man.
Your last word.
Breaking and entering your house, fucking stealing shit. Just
fucking criminal ass shit.
The OG.
You leave him cookies and he leaves you a fucking gigapet. I'm
saying is if Santa Claus was a black dude, he would have gotten shot years ago.
years ago.
So,
I could make a joke, but it might not go over well with YouTube right now.
Yeah,
Since when did black men give their kids anything?
Oh shit!
Ooh, the shade. The shade. Jesus.
Yeah.
It's just a noun.
It's just a joke.
I have a noun. Okay, so a noun. How about a noun?
I've learned from
the
Maury that
Alamo.
unless they're forced by law, a lot of the time they really don't want anything to do with their kids.
Oh shit. I gotta pee.
All right, Sweet Pea, what was your noun?
My noun was the Alamo.
Yep. I just read where that's gonna go, and it's fucking.
That's
incredible.
very Texas. Alamo.
Oh God, yeah.
Oh my God,
Alamo.
Emily.
I really do have to pee. Fuck.
All right, go pee, Mary. I won't read it till you get back. Okay.
Okay. Just say it.
You get the last word of the night. You get a part of the body.
Oh, a wiener.
Of course, and we're full fucking circle. So I won't read this until Mary gets back, but I will let you know. In perfect keeping with the, yo, bro, what did we talk about earlier tonight? We were on about, Emily and I were on about that list we had seen of the kids filling in the phrases with the wrong answers.
Oh, yep.
This Mad Lib is called Food for Thought Part 1, and we filled in the answers for food-related, like, adages.
Oh God, placenta! I can't wait to hear how that gets used.
Yeah. So
my favorite is still the station wagon with truck nuts. Like, I was trying to think of something as stupid as I possibly could, and station wagon with truck nuts was the perfect one.
It really was. I mean, fucking Cupcake, the transvestite
station wagon,
in which The Rock and Nathan Fillion ride around for their cooking show, is pretty goddamn epic.
Oh my God, Nathan Fillion is such a fucking beefcake.
Wait, I want to show. Oh, let me see if I can find this real quick. So Jeff is teaching me how to draw.
Ooh, I love it when they get new artists.
Side note: Jeff is also going to, like, because I'm going to make him. To help me with my figures, he actually printed out some pages of a drawing book he had put together some years ago. I'm looking at my notebook though, where I didn't even tell you this one, but my notebook is the. Yeah, no, I can't find that notebook. Anyway, I want to show you guys something because I said it. So Jeff gave me just a couple of drawing pointers here and there, and like, I'll show you the basic. I'll show you the point is it's just as Anna's because she's seen it. I drew a picture of Nathan Fillion based off of like an image, and it wasn't terrible. But just to let you know how good of a teacher Jeff is and how well he understands art, I tried to draw the face of a character that I've written about in a main character in one of the novels I will one day pick.
Oh, that's what it was. Timbuktu.
Ooh,
oh yes!
Is another real place.
Oh, shit.
You drew that? No, just places that sound made up. Timbuktu sounds like a made up place. 100% sounds like a made up place. So this is what I drew.
It's a city in the Niger River.
At all. I mean, as
far as a beginner,
that's not bad at all.
It's really
most beginners
nice.
Can't do that. They start with like really basic, form circles. They have potato heads, potato feet, potato arms. That's pretty good.
Well, Jeff gave me a couple tips, and that turned into this.
Holy shit!
See, that's so much better. Everything I draw is so fucking cartoonish. It's so bad.
I'm gonna make Jeff finish this book because seriously, I did this. That was my freehand idea of how to draw a fucking face based on the shit I knew. Drew that. Jeff gave me like 3 pointers. He gave me a tip on how to draw eyes. He gave me a tip on how to draw noses. He gave me a tip on how to draw mouths. Just little, very, very little basic ones, and then a couple of general bits of feedback about the thing. And this was my literal next thing that I drew.
Oh shit!
Very good, Josie. I'm very impressed.
Within the hour. So I'm not saying this is like my skill. I'm saying like this is Jeff's
Someone wants to cuddle.
To give you that visual, like it was just his little visual shorthand. So like if anyone wants to draw, fucking tell Jeff to finish this book because this is not me. I do not have artistic ability. This is my idea of what a face looks like. Jeff's like 3 seconds of instruction and the progress from that little bit of instruction. So
well, as an artist myself, I can sit here and say that drawing the human face is it is difficult, and a lot of it comes from the emotion in the eyes, and a lot of times artists have a hard time, even artists who've been doing it for a long time have a hard time conveying emotion in the eyes. And so if you can learn that, it's all about the basic muscles. I mean, there's a lot of steps. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that goes into becoming an artist, or at least a decent one. It's one thing if you just want to kind of like have it as a hobby and you don't really care to learn anything about it, like anatomy, values, color theory, shapes, figure study. There's a lot, and values is probably the hardest one of them all. So, I mean, for you to have a great teacher is what's really important, because the teacher really makes the student and makes your experience worthwhile. And I'm a self-taught artist. I learned from books. I learned from Andrew Loomis. Andrew Loomis can save an artist
Oh shit! Jeff gave a thumbs up on that.
I know Andrew Loomis can save an artist, and then you can go and look at. If I would suggest anything, study from life, like find like live figures, that helps. Because if you're emulating, like say, learning from like a comic book or something or manga, then essentially you're emulating somebody else's style, and in the process of doing that, you have kind of failed to create your own style. And I can speak to that from experience, because I learned from these stupid ass Christopher Hart learned how to draw manga books, and at around 20 or so I started to notice that there was he knows
Jeff is very quiet today.
He's actually been editing a video over there.
But it's the truth. It's like
all my fucking instruction comes from dirty gifts, so I don't know.
Here's something interesting. I can draw with graphite, black and white. Can't paint to save my life.
Color is hard. Color theory is very difficult. I mean, if you don't know, certain colors.
Even the texture of the paint. Like I can use colored pencils, but the texture of the paint, I just can't do it.
Understandable. I use colored pencils too. I don't hardly ever paint.
I have water art markers. Those water-based art markers?
Copic markers?
The Prismacolor. The
Prismacolor. Okay, Prisma is like very college-based level. The good ones are also the most expensive ones. They go for at least $7 to $8.
Oh yeah, it's like $7 a marker.
Yeah, the Copics. Anna uses those.
I absolutely love how you can blend in the water, and it looks so smooth and so pretty. I haven't used them in years though, because I just can't afford them anymore.
Yeah,
they're all like presents and stuff.
Dude, Emily, and Anna has this incredible box. She's built that like one pen at a time over years and years of just getting them as gifts, or asking for them, or going out and buying them bit by bit, and she has a fucking box. But guys, we have a Mad Lib to read.
That's right.
Yeah.
What do you think of my baby?
Before I read this, like I said, my streams typically have been going shorter and shorter. They're 9 minutes.
This is the equivalent of a kid.
This stream right now has gone well longer than any of mine have gone recently at all. Even longer.
I knew it was going to be magic. I called it.
Dude, this is no longer than my old ones usually went, and it feels like I don't have enough time. Like, it feels like I want more time to do this, but I'm like, God damn, it's after midnight. I got a lesson to teach tomorrow. I got to fucking get to sleep. But we wrote food for thought. We got to read this shit.
Jesse,
let's do it. I'm ready, babe.
My dad is downstairs. Keep the cursing to a minimum right now. I just don't want him to tell me I can't watch anymore.
Yes, man. One day you'll be out with Luke, and then you guys can do whatever the fuck you want. So, all right. Ever notice how many of our everyday expressions relate to food and drink? Here are some of our favorite bits of wisdom. You're the apple of the back of my knee. Oh my God! He just roided up as a cucumber. Oh my God! That's not good. I got this roided up as a cucumber.
Dude, I fucking love cucumbers.
I love it even more because it's the polar opposite of what the actual expression is. It's fucking. Oh my God. I bit off more than I can retard. Jack, okay, because you need to listen to this. It's fucking incredible. You can't have your poutine and eat it too.
Yes, you can. There's always time for cheese, fries, and gravy.
Oh my God.
And that shit sounds like I'd get bad gas. I get the BG, bad case of the BG from the Poontane or whatever the heck it was called.
Poutine, it's a French word. It is the lowest you can go in French dining, but the highest you can go in Canadian cuisine.
Oh.
Yes. Ah, she dropped him like a fetching potato.
That's an Irish insult.
They were full of the placenta of human kindness.
Placenta.
Ew. Did you know some people eat their placentas?
Oh, I've heard it. I heard that shit.
I'm sorry I said that.
Well, he was born with a silver mayhem volcano in his mouth.
Oh, hell fucking yeah.
That's a fucked up way to start your life. But man, God, if you can handle that shit, goddamn, it's a life.
That's right.
It's as fluctuating as molasses in January.
No, what the fuck?
That-
Not for all the tea in Honolulu. Yes, the city I most associate with tea. Ah, I feel like I'm felching on eggshells. Oh God!
Nom nom nom.
Oh my god.
Nom nom nom. Eat that
Brace
shit.
yourselves.
Guys, half a baculum is better than none.
Have a what?
Half a baculum. You might have missed this earlier, Emily. This chat came in way earlier.
Oh.
Baculum's a penis.
I'm so hungry.
Half a dick is better than one.
What? No, it's not.
I don't know, but too many waste service managers spoil the broths.
Oh my god.
I agree.
They definitely do.
Oh, fuck.
That's fine. Out of the frying pan into the Alamo.
That should be like a new Texas motto.
Oh my god, I'm coining it. I'm coining it.
Out of the frying pan into the Alamo. That's Texas's new slogan.
The Alamo.
Oh my God. And finally, guys, don't bite the wiener that feeds you.
Oh, fuck yeah, no, right? Andrew, I love you. Please give me the
That's
week
still
later.
Wiener Walker though. Luke Wiener Walker was the pinner.
Luke Wiener Walker. We'll never get better than Luke fucking
Luke
Wiener
Wiener
Walker.
Walker, the space Wiener boy.
Oh God, Space Wiener boy. The good old days. Man, guys, this has been fucking fire. I could do this all night, and I'm going
I
to
could too,
stop
honestly.
myself.
Well,
I could too, yeah.
I'm going to stop myself, otherwise I will. So,
Yeah.
That's fair.
finally, Sweet Pea and Emily, I would do the usual, where can people find you on the internet? But the answer is nowhere except for here. So
Mhm.
you guys have to come back to the Mindless Mob, come back to the live streams, come over to Live It if you want more of Sweet Pea, if you want more of Emily, if you want to see these lovely ladies anywhere. And or
So,
rate them and just start a new channel.
though, if I'm like, hey, can I get Sweet Pea and Emily on a shenanigans?
oh girl, you can have me any day of the week.
I don't have a life, so I'm pretty much available whenever.
Yeah, God, I don't got a life either.
So if you guys loved having Sweet Pea on here, if you guys love having Emily on here, then let the streamer, let Mary know, let me know, let people know that you loved it and you want to see more of them, and we will bring them the fuck back. And Mary, where can everyone find you, and let everyone know what you're up to out there?
Oh shit, y'all! I am the Mistress of Mayhem, disruptor of the narrative, and official Whammon card holder. You can find me over my channel, Merry Mayhem, where I talk about newsiness stuff during the week, and on the weekends we have a little bit of fun. So you can super find me YouTube, fucking whatever / El Chico, because I was
Oh my God, El Chico.
El Chico. I was really into my
yeah,
Puerto
I know what
Rican.
you're talking about right now.
No, girl, I was all up into my Puerto Rican ancestry back in the day.
El Chico. That's the best queso.
It was. I do still
Live
like
long.
I'm
and
just throwing
prosper,
shit at the
whatever
cat.
the
She
fuck.
needs to stop picking on the little one.
Ooh, sorry. Before I finish, though, I did see we had a super chat that I almost missed from Trace XL, who says, "What do you call someone without a telephone?"
What?
I
It's
tell-
so obvious.
troglodyte.
I could say tell us because they never pick up the damn thing, but
You don't, guys. You don't call someone without a telephone.
Oh my God.
oh.
Thank you. Thank you
Well,
so
what
much.
do you what? No, that doesn't make sense. It's what
can't.
do
It's
you
not what I can
call-
appreciate, because that's not a pun. It's just a bad fucking joke, and I love it.
What do you call? But what does not mean how.
Whatever.
Oh, he didn't say how. He said,
I got the joke. That's all that
Bad
matters.
joke.
oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair. But still, that's funny as fuck.
So, Mary, sorry, I interrupted your pitch. Pitch us once again. Where, and when do we find you?
Merry Mayhem. You can literally just type into YouTube Merry Mayhem. MERRY, like the happiness, right? Because I am full of joy and also anarchy.
And
So word. So yeah, just look me up. Mary MERRY Mayhem. It's super fun. I have a shit ton of fun. You can find me over tomorrow night over on my channel, where I'll be talking about something I am sure for the course of the week.
Probably. And Mary's channel link is in the description. Her Twitter's in the description, and I'm dropping the link right here in the chat just so you don't have to do any extra work to find it.
Also, if you guys
here, I'm assuming that barrage of ones that I got as soon as I said, if you want them back, let me know, was because you guys do want them back. So drop some ones in the chat for Sweet Pea, for Emily, if you guys want to see more of them.
love you guys.
I do. I hope you do. I had a fucking
Also, one thing, if you do want to find me anywhere, I do have an Instagram. It's our Instagram. It's Golnth, Golnth. I can't spell my own name. I'm kind of drunk right now. Golnth. It sounds like it's.
Am I the only one not 100% drunk?
It's typed in the chat. I want to see if I can pull it up real quick here on the on this side of things. I can just type the.
Yeah. So like I'm an artist. I have not been doing commissions right now, just as of late. I finished the last ones I did, and I mostly just do them for family. But currently, just kind of working on my figures and value stuff like that. I want to be a better artist. But if you guys do want to see my artwork, it is on Instagram. If you don't have an Instagram, I understand. But if you do, find me.
Bam! That link is now in the chat below.
I have an Etsy shop.
Ooh, all right.
What did he say?
Vintage items.
Sorry. Jeff says that Sweet Pea has his stamp of approval. So he has.
Thank you so much. I really appreciated all those likes, Jeff. It was like, oh my God, Senpai noticed me. It was really nerd moment.
What a nice compliment you gave me on the art, because I didn't know you were Golnth. I just thought you were somebody.
Straight up, he went like, "Oh, this is a Golnth Sweet Pea," and I was like, "Yeah, that
I
is."
recognize the picture because,
Yeah. Golnth is my elven name. It means wolf howl, and it's totally what it means.
This is why we're best friends. That was mine. Child.
I have what size are you, Sweet Pea?
What?
I have a brilliant Hobbit costume I'm never going to wear anywhere that my mother made.
As height or in my measurements? Because I'll give you my measurements.
I am about
camera.
a size. It will fit about a size 14 to 16.
Okay.
Because it doesn't fit me anymore. I
will...
lost weight from back when I was younger, and the breast, now it just hangs out like this.
Oh, now, girl, I've got tits. So I'm gonna tell you right now, I've got big freaking boobs.
It should work for you
I'm
then.
in the process of losing weight, and so I will let you know when
it?
I can wear it. So,
would you like to see it? I'll show it to you here. She made it
sure.
herself.
I
I'll just
love
go grab
Hobbits.
it.
I love Lord of the Rings. Oh, Jesse's so happy.
Oh, same. I'm a huge.
The Mindless Mistresses. Oh
Dude, Tolkien is shit. And I can't be the only one super fucking nervous about this fucking Tolkien stream.
Thank you, Steven Sasato. I appreciate the follow.
Amazon, right?
Yo, Mary, I think we're gonna need to do this again, this same stream, the same four of us in like a couple of weeks, and just talk Tolkien because.
Oh my God, I'm so into Tolkien. Like I had this whole fucking argument with my mother the other day about this sex shit that they're introducing to Tolkien, and I was like, dude, Tolkien was like a straight-laced motherfucker, right? Like he's not gonna have that shit all up in his grill. He was not gonna do that shit. I love Tolkien.
Did you see the documentary or not the biopic?
Yes. Oh yeah, totally. Yeah.
So I actually have to see the finished version, BT Dubs, because LA, you get all these free preview shit. So I saw it before it came out, and I got to be part of the little focus group at the end in my theater to give feedback. So I really wanted to see the finished version because the last
Here
time,
you are, Sweet Pea.
the last
My
time.
mother made this for me.
Sorry, let's see this.
Oh, that's adorable.
It's actually
I
really,
do
really
want it
pretty.
now.
Oh, that's adorable.
It's got tiny little
Rosie
That's Hobbiton right there. That's Hobbiton.
Rosie Cotton.
Yeah.
I do get
I
Rosie Cotton
keep
here.
losing
I will-
track of where
dude,
my
I'm a
camera is.
Straight up fucking Cimmerillion chick. I will argue with some people over Tolkien.
Dude, okay. So we're getting back together.
If it'll fit you, I can give you the exact.
We're definitely
going to
get back together. I totally. Oh, thank you. I would
Because
definitely.
it just doesn't fit me anymore. It's a shame. It's just sitting in the closet doing nothing.
Sure, I'll take it up. I'm a hobbit. I'm like 5'4". Technically, I'm.
I'm fucking with Sweet Pea. I'm 5'4".
5'4".
5'4".
Goddamn midgets, I'm 5'7". Jesus Christ.
Well, Lee, I don't
even
think
have the
anybody's as
feet.
short as Anna.
What size shoes do you take? Because I even have the feet for it.
What? Okay, so my size foot is about an 8 wide because I walked around as a child barefooted and have square feet now.
And lengthwise,
Shoes.
8 wide. You're just size 8.
Oh, you have
Size 8
size.
You
wide,
should be
yeah.
good.
Right.
You should be good. They'll fit you then.
Girl, stuff some shit in the toes, all right? Stuff some
love
shit
it.
in the toes. Right.
But no. Next time, maybe we'll actually discuss what the topic of what we were going to talk about tonight was.
I
Because
know.
I'm so about that. But it was too magical to end it.
Dude, welcome to my world of like, oh, here are my topics for today. We got to 0 of them, but we had an amazing stream anyway.
Oh, they're ugly and cute at the same time.
Let's see if I can get them actually on my feet here. I didn't change foot size.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Oh,
Hell yeah!
I know what I'm going as for Halloween and every convention from here on out.
Girl, don't call it a costume. It's a cosplay.
That's right.
I can't get the camera to work. There's the big,
Amazing. That is amazing.
So good.
big hairy toes.
Oh my god, I'm about this life.
Speaking as a cosplayer, like seriously, that's legit.
I actually do cosplay. I did Elsa one year.
Oh, really?
Dude, her
I
Elsa,
have a beautiful costume for Elsa.
you've been Elsa on the stream, right?
No, I came as Anna.
Oh, you came as Anna, but you've showed us pictures.
The Elsa wig needs to be rebraided because it keeps hooking on the sequins on the bodice. So every time you lift it up, it just pulls the braid apart.
These problems.
Straight up, use a little, like, this is a weird trade secret, but stay with me. A little bit of spirit gum sprayed onto a wig will straight up make that shit stick. It won't go fucking anywhere. All right, like it's kind of like hairspray on crack. Okay,
Oh.
Amazing.
Good to know.
Yeah,
I love my costumes. I have a new one on the way right now.
Ooh.
That was more expensive. I think I wanted to tell my mother about
Mhm.
because it's cartridge pleated all the way around. There's like 52 yards of fabric.
You know what's
satin
great, Emily?
fabric.
You know what's great, Emily?
Hmm.
Especially because you've had to continuously, live with your parents for so long. You've got this wonderful guy in your life, and when you go off and you go live with him and all that, it's gonna feel like you're a fucking kid with your best friend in fucking.
And what's very interesting is we found a house that's very close to my parents. I can be near my parents and still have my own house. So
This is
'cause
so
I love this
cute.
neighborhood I'm in. I know the neighborhood. I know the back alleys. I know the sidewalks. I know the stores.
Dude, straight up, you are gonna spend the next but when you and Luke move into that house and you do all that shit, you are gonna spend the next several years of your life feeling like a kid playing make believe as an adult because it's gonna be too fucking incredible. And
also boning a lot.
And there's no adults there to stop you.
Yeah, also boning a lot. Boning
You are gonna have. I'm so excited for you because that's the life that Jeff and I live right now. We wake up every day and we go, we're big kids with money. We are children, loving life, loving each other, loving everything we do, and there's nobody around us to tell us no. And you're gonna love that so much. I'm so excited for you.
So
That is exciting.
Before we all
Congratulations,
go,
Emily. Mhm.
I have an Etsy shop. It's
Oh
called
yeah, yeah.
It's called Wild Thistle Finds.
Emily, real
I
quick,
sell
can you
vintage items and some of my own photography I took when I went to Scotland in 2016.
send me the link? Can you send me the link right now in the private chat?
Okay, let me figure out if I can figure out how to do that.
Yes.
I am technologically retarded.
Me
No.
too. I can't figure out
So-
nothing for nothing. So.
Or Emily, what's the name of your
here we
Etsy so
go.
that I can search it?
I have to go into my actual app.
That's
Home.
No worries. Yeah, because we can still hear you just fine. Your camera goes out when you navigate to other apps, but we can still hear you just fine. So, yeah, just go grab that link, and if you send it to me in the private chat, then I can
Your
post it
shop.
to everyone else.
Share. All right, so copy. Here we go. Let's hope that this works. So the private, where's the chat? Let me try turning it this way. There we are, chat. Private chat.
All right, let's see. And 5, 4,
It didn't work.
3.
Come on.
Not come through on my end yet. What's the name of your Etsy store? Maybe I can find it that way.
It's called Wild Thistle Finds, all one word.
What a cute name. I love that.
Yeah, I love thistles. I'm obsessed with thistles. I even have a ring.
All right. Vintage and Antique Treasures by Wild Thistle Finds. Is this you? Calgary, Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Wild Thistle Finds on Etsy. And bam. Let's see. Public.
Yeah, see, I have a thistle ring.
That's pretty.
I have my friend did a study abroad in Scotland, and she brought me back a pewter pin that's a long sword with a thistle on it.
Do you have a purple flower as your profile picture?
Yeah, I took that. That's a thistle. Scottish thistle. And have you seen the tree? The one with the rowan tree? I've sold over 25 prints of that photo. For some reason they love it. Which is hilarious because that tree was just an afterthought of a photo. So that's pretty.
Wow. So here's some of these.
It's so pretty. You have some really cool shit on here.
Do you make these, or do you just
No. These are
I was about to say, like, damn, like, talk about the most talented person in the chat, like in the stream right now. You could make that, like.
So the
So
pictures
how do we?
on the last page.
Here we go. Photography and prints.
The tree there.
Wow.
They're all pictures I took
Kitty.
when I was in Scotland. That's
This is
Leona.
Beautiful. Yeah, of course I click on Leona. She's adorable.
I took all these pictures myself when I was in Scotland, except for Leona. She was in Nova Scotia.
I mean, it's a beautiful.
But that's a Glencoe, the Edinburgh Castle.
Wow.
And that
Those are
tree
beautiful.
is a fan favorite.
This one.
No, the tree.
The one, the tree, the only tree.
Left, and down one.
Here.
Yeah, that is a fan favorite.
It's beautiful.
Wow.
And if you click on it, it'll make it full sized.
Here, I'll have to go reshare it. Okay, stop.
So click on it and it goes full size and you can see the full scope of the photo.
Here we go. It looks like a painting.
So that's at Glen Brittle Falls.
Wow.
Good job, Emily. Very impressed right now. I love that.
That's
I would have
beautiful.
5 stars if it wasn't for one woman that lied through her teeth and later admitted it.
Oh, I've had people leave bad reviews on me too, and I'm just like, I'm gonna knock your teeth out. You
I told
stupid
her
asshole.
specifically, you're telling me the dishes are broken. You have to show me the full extent of the damage, or the insurance company's not going to do jack shit.
Yeah.
And she wouldn't do it because she was afraid of cutting herself in the hands. Like, put some fucking gloves on and take them out of the box.
Has she never picked up a broken glass off the ground? Does she just have like?
I don't think so. I'm
do it
thinking,
for
God,
her?
I was thinking in my head, God forbid you ever break a glass in your sink.
Oof! I stepped on glass and I'm still alive.
Dude,
Okay?
our cats break so many ceramic mugs and glass.
My cat broke an antique vase the other day that was worth $300.
Oh, get out of here! No.
In this past week, Ship Pancake has broken the only 2 things. One from the first, or 2 of the 3 that got broken. Otherwise, he has broken 2 of the things I got myself from Germany. The only 2 things I brought myself back.
Ship Pancake. Oh, I found my cat. I'm gonna have to show you guys my cat. His name is Louis Blue.
Oh, that's cute.
And he is a snowshoe cat. I found him outside a parking lot of Kroger. This is him.
Aww.
Louis Blue.
Can you see him all
We
right?
found my cat Mira
Beautiful.
in Fish Creek Park. Someone had dumped a box of kittens. She
Aww.
was the only one still alive.
He's got a flush face.
But
Louis
now we
Blue.
have a kitten. Brought her home. Dad, can I have a kitten? Dad's like, no. I was like, here, hold her. And then that was it. We got to keep her after he held her.
Yeah. And for Mary, this is Bam Bam. Can you see him?
Oh, hi, Bam Bam. Wait, I want to make it big. Oh, she's so pretty.
Bam Bam, was that you on the screen? You see yourself? He's like,
Is he named after Bam Bam from the Flintstones?
Mm-hmm. And this down here is the dog I tripped over.
Oh, what a
He looks
cutie.
ashamed.
Oh,
He always looks like that.
You didn't mean it.
He didn't mean to. He lays in the middle. I should have known better. He lays in the middle of the floor. He blends in like no one's business. It's not even right. You know, I've tripped over him so many times. I'm surprised I haven't broke my neck yet.
Shit, Pancake. This little
My freaking cat the other day ran under my feet downstairs. I stepped on her neck, not very hard, but in order to stop from stepping too hard, I had to fall right on the carpet and got a brush burn about that big on my knee. It was so painful that it was stinging in places where the brush burn wasn't even at. Like
But that's
my
what it is.
ankles and
That's how we are.
sitting there thinking, you're very lucky I fucking love you, because I'm not.
Yeah.
That's how we are as pet people. The second you realize, oh my God, I could hurt you, we will eat shit. We will bust our knees, our faces, our heads, our hands, our wrists, whatever it is.
Tooth?
We'll fucking eat shit if it means protecting our little fur babies.
My fucking 2 front teeth, one of them is not even. That's because I got it tripping over a cat I used to have. Frank the Tank. I tripped over him and chipped my tooth. I was so upset, but
Jesus.
I was more concerned about him because he was old at the time. And I was like,
oh. That's what's up.
May he rest in peace, Frank. You, man.
You see all these scratch marks?
Yep.
All up the arm, all down. I had someone ask if I was suicidal the other day. I was like, no, I just have cats.
Pancake, I threw my legs over the bed once, and I'd thrown a jacket or something over the side, and so I went to go step down and didn't realize it was him and put more weight on than I ever would have. And he got up, he bit, I hurt him a little bit, obviously it was really fun, but he bit me. He left scars. He left, he sunk those teeth into my leg because I took him off guard, and left 4 little scars for his top teeth and bottom teeth in my leg. He fucking was upset and limped for a minute. It was fine.
I have 74 scars, and all but 1 are from cats.
Dude, I fucking cried and held him and petted him and did all this shit because I felt so fucking bad about stepping on him. Meanwhile, I have scars in my heel that may never go away. I don't give a shit. I didn't give a shit that was bleeding out of my leg. I'm like, my poor little baby.
Like me last night, tripping over Zeppelin, busting my knee open.
Right?
Yeah, and then I also...
Oh my God, baby, I didn't mean to hurt you.
Yeah, I know.
You bleeding out on the floor.
I kicked him in the stomach, too. I felt so bad. I was like, God, you're so lucky I didn't land on you.
Dude, Jeff has become that way. Jeff was always very cautious and careful about the cats in the first place, but, he has turned into, I will always be good to these cats because they're my girlfriend's cats and she loves them, to a fucking bleeding heart for the cats.
Oh.
And the one scar, not from a cat, I got it when I was 12. In Nova Scotia, we had a driveway, okay? And this driveway had a huge hill that came down, and my dad kept telling me to go down the hill to get my, my bike legs. And the 2 went down one time, fell off and skidded down the driveway. Now, that wouldn't have been so bad if the driveway wasn't shale.
Ah!
I got a scar from right down on my hip bone all the way up to my right breast.
Oof.
And there's still a tiny little mark here down in my lower abdomen from where that was. But I haven't gotten on a 2-wheel bike since.
Dude, once I started riding horses, I was like, I don't trust bikes. I control bikes. Horses are sentient beings who won't drop me off a cliff. I don't trust me not to crash a bike. I trust a horse not to crash.
Yeah.
Bikes are obsolete.
Girl, I felt that one in my bones. I
mean,
I love horses.
I backed a horse into a light pole once. So there's that.
We used to have a horse at the stable I went to that knew when it was dinner time.
Yep.
And the stupid thing, we'd be doing our lesson, and then he would just leave out with me on him right out the door of the arena we were in to go get dinner. I'm just sitting, the lesson's not over yet, but I'd be on his back and he'd take off like that.
Fucking Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice, this little motherfucking pony whose ear tips came up to my head. And that was it. But he was strong enough to carry me and take me over 3-foot jumps. He was bizarre, maybe 2-foot jumps. But anyway.
Oh, God.
Had a little pony. New stable. My instructor had the ring up but not the gate. He would go like he was going around the ring, and then he wouldn't give you any indication that he was going to do anything. The second he got to the open gate, he would fucking deep shy sideways and then duck out of the ring. One of the times he did it, he shied so hard, the saddle just slid sideways. So I'm sitting here in those like over the fucking top.
Maybe that was nature's way of saying you should have become a trick rider.
I had to fucking grab the door. He goes riding to the bar. I had to grab the door of one of the stalls to stop him to effing get off this little bitch.
Oh my god.
The only animal to ever absolutely hate me was a horse.
Dude.
All animals love me except for this one asshole of a horse at the stable that I never treated it bad. I never hurt it. It just fucking hated me.
Horses are
trying
fucking
to groom it, and you'd be looking at me like with the whites of the eyes, and would try to bite me. I'm just like, why? I'm not doing anything to you. And,
It's just your black soul or something.
and they would always say, "Oh, he's the nicest horse we have." Yeah, shit.
Yeah,
I had a horse that I rode. One of the beginning ones. It was when I was a beginner. His name was Cimarron. He was an old man, but that horse did not like walking through the fucking mud. And so when we went on trail rides, if it had rained and I was stuck on his back, you know, he'd go around the puddle, and then of course there was always a big branch,
Yes,
or a bunch of trees, and
The thing is,
that
the
shit happened
reason
to
why
me.
they do that is horses don't have depth perception.
right.
Their depth perception is horrible. So to them, a 2-foot puddle could be 200 feet deep.
Yeah, exactly. And
They
so-
don't know.
Dude, I had one named Superman that almost took my fucking head off like that. Right? Like I was like, dude, I can't fucking duck any lower. And the horse is like,
like Sleepy says, if they're gonna go around the puddle, there's got to be a goddamn tree trunk in your way.
tree trunk or a bush or like
And they'll just leave you there half the time.
Right? They don't give a shit. They're like, yeah, you deal with this shit. That's not my problem.
yeah, and I had like cuts and scratches, and every time I come home, I had this big one on my cheek, and my mom's like, "What happened?" I said, "That damn horse didn't want to walk through the puddle, and then I got injured because of this. Thank you so much, Cimarron."
Hey, I got to take the goddamn brunt of it because your bitch ass doesn't want to walk over this weird little squishy thing. So I gotta take
I
the
know.
I really have to stop this stream now because
I know it's 4 hours.
It has been over 4 hours now, and I will never stop. All right, so we have Sweepy on Instagram, who's Golneth. I'm posting that in the chat right now. Amazing artwork. Go check that shit out. We have Emily Beth Degu. Emily's over on Etsy. Has got some incredible pictures from Scotland and has also some awesome antique pieces over there to check out. We got Mary. You can find her Merry Mayhem everywhere over on YouTube, over on
Even if you can just drop over and just drop a few hearts on some of my items, it does help the shop even without
True story.
buying them.
So give love to all of our ladies. Give love to everybody. Give love to me because that's awesome. And don't forget, guys, that practice makes wrong.
Love
Got
you.
it?